HPXLOTM. Please call me Mr. Error by author Hoyne_Kyoma chapter 301-330. Fred and George stood just by the line that Dumbledore had drawn while everyone else watched on in utmost fascination at how they'd crossed the line that had so strictly kept everyone under the age of 17 out. You really think you'll be able to get across that line with just an aging potion? Loki asked Fred and George as they had their arms interlinked with the potion for each other. You have much to learn, my young follower. Fred said in a wise tone. You must not know that the biggest of them all fall for the simplest of tricks. George completed. Loki just smiled while shaking his head as he looked at Fred and George with a smile as he sat back with Hermione, who was already writing an article on the twins' attempt to cross the line. You think anyone will want to read that? Loki asked, since he was pretty sure the news about the twins' failure to cross the line would have spread throughout the school once they were kicked out of the ring like everyone else before they had tried. I know it will, because I looked through the feedback we got about the newspaper at the end of last year. Hermione said without looking at Loki as she watched the twins down their potions carefully, afraid to miss a single moment. Would you have participated in the Triwizard Tournament if the age limit was lower? Loki asked, sitting down beside Hermione. No. Why would I do something so dangerous? I have nothing to prove to anyone else. I'm happy the way I am. Not even for 1,000 galleons. If the age limit was lower, it would mean the competition would not be as dangerous. Fit. Loki nearly snorted the iced tea he was drinking and had to place it away to watch as the twins started to grow white hairs and long silky beards as their aging potion took effect. Within mere moments, the twins looked like they had grown old together, like a pair of swans. The twins looked at everyone and jumped into the ring of protection that Dumbledore had set up, and to everyone's surprise, they stayed within it for long enough to be able to cheer about it. Except once they began to cheer, it was as if the ring took offense to it and tossed them out with an invisible force. Fred and George both flew out of the ring at high speeds until they hit the wall on the opposite end of the hall and fainted from a concussion. Lee Jordan rushed towards them and cast Renervate, so that they'd wake up from their impromptu sleep, while Hermione just sighed and began to continue writing her article. What are you going to title it anyway? Hermione's hands paused as she thought for a few seconds before saying, A Tale of Two Brothers, or maybe, The Unbreached Ring. Loki shrugged his shoulders and watched as several other students from all three schools came and dropped their names into the Goblet of Fire throughout the day. Who do you think's going to represent Hogwarts? I think it'll be Cedric Diggory, Hermione said without thinking much. And you, Daphne? Who do you think it's going to be? Same. I see. Then I'll ask him for a couple of his pictures later tonight. Loki nodded and left classroom 2-21 to go to the library and finish his homework. The next day, with the Hogwarts honest mill fueling the fire of gossip, everyone waited with bated breaths at their tables in the Great Hall. The flame of the Goblet of Fire was flickering and buzzing occasionally, sending out sparks and embers like it was eager to reveal the names of the champions it had chosen. Good evening, students, Dumbledore said with excitement as he stepped up to the eagle podium in the center of the teachers' table. I would like to introduce to you the 2 extra judges the Ministry of Magic has sent to judge the Triwizard Tournament that is about to begin. I must remind you that they are not only the judges but also some of the key important figures that have helped bring this new Triwizard Tournament this far. The first person from the left is the current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Mr. Barty Crouch Sr. Why does he look like someone's killed his wife? Clap clap. And the second person needs no introduction from someone like me, Mr. Ludo Bagman. A retired professional Quidditch player. And the current head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. And why does he look like a professional gambler? Clap clap. Loki joined in for the claps and looked at Dumbledore, who was now standing and waiting for everyone to quieten down. It took a few seconds, but the applause soon died out, especially because of how Barty Crouch Sr. was glaring at them like they all owed him their lives or something. Along with the great reveal of our champions today, we will also have a short award ceremony for brave students in our school that helped protect everyone from dark wizards. Oh shit. He's going to give us the Merlin medals now. Myone will be pissed that she has to write a quick article now. Everyone grew into whispers as they looked around for Harry Potter, the person who was talked about the most in the Daily Prophet after the incident with the dark wizards. But Dumbledore's eyes landed on Loki. Loki looked at him with a clear frown, since if he'd known that he was going to get an award today, he might have dressed better. As if understanding this, Dumbledore winked at Loki before Loki saw his dress suddenly change and morph into an elegant three-piece suit. Mother of Merlin. The spook was enough for Loki to feel his nerves twitch in fright before Dumbledore raised his voice and spoke loudly once again. Let us start with the youngest and the ever-beautiful Luna Lovegood. The hall was silent for a few seconds before everyone on the Ravenclaw table realized that Luna was from their house and began to clap loudly when she stood up. Luna was clearly uncomfortable with the sudden amount of attention she was getting, but she managed to keep her eyes on the goal as she walked up to Dumbledore, who kindly stood aside and allowed Barty Crouch Sr. to present the award to Luna. A stray cameraman popped up from some dark corner before snapping plenty of pictures before moving out of sight. Once the silence returned, Dumbledore stepped up again and introduced the student that needs no introduction, the owner of our beloved Hogwarts Honest Mill, and the student that is popular for his accurate divinations, Loki. Loki stood up in one swift motion and walked up to Dumbledore, where Barty Crouch Sr. took the stage and held a velvety box along with Loki that had a golden medal inside it. The medal felt heavy to Loki and his instincts clearly recognized its value. But he managed to keep a straight face, especially after Barty Crouch Sr. handed him a coin purse that felt like it was filled to the brim with money. Loki's eyes fell on Hermione, who was slightly frightened at being reminded about the night, before they curiously landed on Daphne, who softly directed her stare away from Loki when she realized he was looking. Loki saw all the students applaud and his mind started thinking about something else. Wouldn't the students and the audience of the Triwizard Tournament be a great audience for an advancement ritual? Wait a second, what if Adam plans to use this audience to improve Harry's digestion? After the 300 or so pictures the cameraman took of Loki, he was allowed to walk back to his seat and watch the show proceed once again under the commendations from several Slytherin, who gave him a secretive nod after they spotted Malfoy fuming on the sidelines. Good for you, Fleur said as she whispered to Loki after she saw the clunky prize money he was given. Astoria on the side whispered to Loki softly, "See, she's a gold digger. Daphne's nothing like that. We have plenty of money. Enough for 100 generations deep and broad." Loki felt like laughing, but seeing Daphne stabbing her fork into her steak while glaring at Astoria, Loki shut up and turned to look at Dumbledore. And now for the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore was moving towards the goblet of fire, which was slowly flickering with a red flame. He stopped right in front of it and spoke with a soft grandfatherly smile. Any names called out of the goblet will now be the names of the champions who will take part in the Triwizard Tournament. And once your name is called, I want you to walk along the staff table through the door at its end and into the next chamber, please. A spell-like silence fell after Dumbledore's words, and everyone watched with excited eyes as the blue flames in the goblet of fire flickered to red for a few seconds before they spit out a burning paper into the air. Dumbledore immediately caught the paper and flicked it a little for its flames to die out, after which he looked at it through his half-moon spectacles and spoke in a calm tone. The champion for Drumstrang is. The Drumstrang students on the Slytherin table all clenched their fists. Victor Krum. Krum immediately stood up under the applause of all the students and teachers and walked calmly towards the door Dumbledore had pointed towards earlier with a smile on his face. Once the applause died down and Krum was gone, the flames in the goblet of fire turned crimson red again and threw up a beautifully crafted paper into the air. The beautiful paper spun as it landed in Dumbledore's hands and he flicked it a little to kill the flames on it. The champion from Beauxbatons is. The entire hall fell silent and Loki could feel all the girls at the Ravenclaw table tense up as they all straightened their backs. Even Fleur beside him stopped breathing. Fleur Delacour. Fleur's satin hat nearly fell off her head as she stood up with a happy smile under the applause of everyone in the hall. Congratulations. Loki whispered as Fleur stood up and looked at him with a smile and then nodded subtly, accepting his commendations. Fleur walked along the staff table and accepted her short interruption from Madame Maxime, who shook her hand and went her way into the side chamber. The hall fell into silence again as the flames in the goblet of fire flickered red. A paper shot into the air once again and Dumbledore snatched it out of the air. Except this time, when his eyes landed on the name, he looked shocked. Everyone in the hall was immediately gripped by tension. What happened? From the way he's looking at it, it feels like he's won the lottery. The Hogwarts champion is, Dumbledore said and looked at everyone in the hall. He then turned around and looked at Snape, who had furrowed brows and was confused about what was going on. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice rang out in the Great Hall, spelling a silence that was simultaneously both tense and loud. All heads turned towards the boy who was named, including Loki, who almost immediately cooked up a theory in his mind. So either Adam, or you know who planned for this to happen. Or both. Harry remained sitting in his seat for nearly 30 seconds before Hermione pushed him up from beside him. Harry Potter. Dumbledore called again, making Harry confused and scared. It was as if the world had suddenly turned silent for him. Harry robotically walked towards the teacher's table under the gaze of various teachers and students and soon slipped into the chamber adjacent to the Great Hall. Dumbledore remained silent along with the people in the Great Hall before speaking calmly. That was all. The champions need to be briefed and brought up to speed on the matters. WWOOSHHH. The sound caught everyone's attention and made them turn towards the goblet once again. Everyone wondered if the goblet wanted to say something regarding this confounding mess up. The flames in the goblet of fire suddenly turned red and rose to new heights, shooting out a new piece of paper from itself. The paper floated down slowly and landed in Dumbledore's palm. He pressed the piece of paper a few times before its flames were extinguished. Then he lifted the paper into the light and read what was written in it out loud for everyone to hear. Loki. The Great Hall fell silent once again, the second time in the last few minutes. The silence this time was a puzzled one. Why did the goblet spit out his name? Haven't all the 3 champions been selected already? The Slytherin were wondering if they had to clap or not, while the other Hogwarts students were just as confused. Loki stood up with a frown on his face after Astoria poked him with her wand and walked towards Dumbledore, who was looking at him with surprise. Is that my name, Professor? Loki asked in a soft voice. Dumbledore looked at the paper and back up at Loki and nodded. Yes, my dear boy, it is your name. Loki took the paper from Dumbledore's hands to confirm if he was just pulling a prank, but the burnt piece of paper truly had his name written on it. Loki frowned when he noticed an oddity in the piece of paper. What? Why is it in my handwriting? Please go and wait for us in the chamber like the other champions did. Dumbledore said kindly before addressing the students like he was before he was cut off by the goblet turning red and spitting out Loki's name. With some confusion, Loki held the piece of paper with his name and walked into the chamber under the slightly annoyed stare of Snape and McGonagall. Before Loki entered the chamber, his eyes met Hermione's. She looked worried and positively frightened. Entering the chamber, the first person to come up to Loki was Fleur. You're here to tell Ooze that this boy is here because of a mistake. Is he not? Loki looked at Harry, who looked like he was bullied into this situation, and just shook his head. No, he was chosen by the goblet. Arg. Fleur turned around and then walked up to Harry. How did you put your name into the goblet of fire, little boy? Harry looked a little annoyed at having been called a little boy, but he responded to Fleur nonetheless. I did not put my name into the goblet of fire. I don't know how it got there in the first place. Fleur rolled her eyes and then looked at Loki again. And why are you here? Loki looked at all the other champions that had been chosen before him. The silent Victor Crumb, the tense Harry, and finally the hyperactive Fleur. Because I'm the 4th champion. Everyone in the room had the same reaction. They scrunched up their faces. Victor Crumb was the first to speak and he said, but it's the Triwizard Tournament. 3 wizard only. You are 4. How? Loki shook his head with an audible sigh as he spoke calmly by shrugging his shoulders. Dunno myself. The headmaster was giving his ending speech and the goblet interrupted him by turning its flames red and spitting out my name. "Bu." Fleur was about to say something again when the door to the chambers burst open and in came a flying Dumbledore who glided right towards Harry and held his shoulders, shaking him as he asked in a panicked but bold voice, "Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry?" Positively frightened, Harry responded as best he could in the moment, "No, headmaster. I did not. The boy lies," Karkaroff said, causing Harry to frown as he heard it, while the other champions remained silent. "And what of this boy? Loki. Reasonably popular in the wizarding community because of his newspaper. The ever-annoying student in my class. Karma, is it not? Having to take part in something that could get you killed," Moody said, pointing his staff at Loki with a mean-looking smile. But Loki only smiled as he retorted back, "Glad I'm going to win 1,000 galleons, Professor. You probably have never even seen such money." Moody instantly frowned and stomped with his cane on the floor. He was about to say something else but Madame Maxime interrupted, "What is it that we do now, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore turned to look at Barty Crouch, who was standing with half his face covered in darkness, as he stated in a tone of resignation, "The rules clearly state that once a champion's name is picked by the goblet, he or she must participate in the competition. Not doing so will result, quite literally, in death. But he is just a boy." Fleur complained about Harry, greatly annoying him once more, causing Harry to point at Loki and say, "What about him?" But Fleur shut him down when she said, "Loki is Loki." Loki almost burst into laughter but held himself back. "That would mean Hogwarts gets 2 champions," Karkaroff suddenly said, pushing the discussion towards a debate once more. "Oh, and why do you think so?" Moody asked. "Perhaps the name of the boy here was put into goblet because someone wanted to kill him. Wanted him dead to please their masters." "Are you implying something, Moody?" Karkaroff said, getting up close and personal with Moody. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. Moody backed off and allowed Dumbledore to continue. "The rules and final, and unless anyone has a better solution, I expect them to adhere to them." "I have a better solution," Loki said, raising his hand, causing everyone to turn towards him. "I don't have any reason to take part in the competition anyway, so when you judge me, why don't you give me the lowest marks ever? That way you won't have to worry about Hogwarts having 2 champions anymore." Everyone's eyes widened slightly and they all nodded. Good. You have a good nut in your head," Moody said, clapping with his staff. "Is there a rule against that, Mr. Crouch?" Madame Maxime asked, causing Barty Crouch to think for a second before shaking his head. "There isn't." The discussion ended there, and once all the headmasters and judges accepted Loki's idea, allowing the champions to walk back to their dorms. "I don't know how this happened, but I wish the best of luck to the 2 of you," Krum said with a smile, patting Harry's shoulder as he left towards the ship in the Black Lake. Fleur nodded like Krum did and turned to Loki before telling him, "I hope you don't take it easy just because you're going to be dead last. You were and always will be my competition, and I won't forgive you if you take it easy on me." "Haha, I won't. Not even in your dreams," Loki said with a smile as Fleur left towards the carriages. Left with Harry, Loki looked at the boy, who looked tired and a little tense. "Don't worry about it. Didn't you become a Beander recently? I'm sure you'll stay safe as long as you use your Beander powers," Loki said calmly to Harry. Harry's eyes widened at Loki's sudden revelation of his secret, but he didn't say much. Instead, he just nodded and said, "Thank you. Good luck to you then. I hope you show those 2 other fools how strong our school is." Harry nodded with a smile. "It feels nice to have someone who holds high expectations for me. I should get back now. Hermione and Ron are probably still waiting for me, and they're probably worried." Stepping into the Gryffindor common room, Harry was suddenly assaulted from all directions by a massive cheer. "WWOOOOOHHOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOoooooooooooooooooooooooooo were going to do it, Harry. How could you forget us? Fred and George joked while tugging on Harry's arms. But I didn't. They then lifted him into the air without care for his words and started to serve him over the crowd. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Ron look at him with a scowl and walk away into their bedroom. Harry wanted to do nothing other than get out of his awkward position and run to catch his friend, but he couldn't. Everyone was so enthusiastic in talking and thanking him for bringing pride to the Griefinders that he was left with no other option but to stay. That was when he realized, Loki. He didn't think I'd done any of this. Was that why it felt so relaxing to be around him? Why can't these people just be more like him? Slowly the common room emptied, and long after it was only Hermione left with him. Did you put your name in the... No, Hermione. I didn't. Why would I? I don't have a death wish. For all I know, it could be you-know-who trying to do something to kill me once again. Harry ranted. He then stood up and shook his head. I need to be alone for now, Hermione. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hermione wanted to talk to Harry more, especially about Loki, but she ended up holding back her questions and allowed Harry to leave. Entering the bedroom, Harry spotted Ron was already asleep, so he just walked up to his bed and fell asleep, depressed after rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, Loki entered the Saphira Castle. The person who made me enter the Triwizard Tournament is a Death Eater. The person who made me enter the Triwizard Tournament is a Death Eater. The person who made me enter the Triwizard Tournament is a Death Eater. Comma. The person who made me enter the Triwizard Tournament is a Death Eater. Loki opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum in his hand and... Tisk. It was moving clockwise. So it's that guy disguising himself as Professor Moody. Loki exited the Saphira Castle and pulled out the parchment he hadn't used in a long while. So Professor Moody, who are you? Scanning the parchment map in front of him, Loki began to look for the Defense Against Dark Arts class. His eyes traced from class to class until he found the right one. So it's you, Barty Crouch. What? Loki instantly became confused. But I saw the two of them at the feast today. So the real Barty Crouch is in disguise as Moody while someone else is playing the Barty Crouch. Loki frowned. Or do the two people have the same names? I'll need to try using the map when the two of them are in the castle during an event. With his small investigation done, Loki folded up the parchment and put it into his bag, after which he collapsed into the bed while reading Nicholas's book about ritualistic magic. I'll need a way to make those new spells for the competition. But I don't think I'll be able to finish it anytime soon. Nothing complicated at least. Waking up the next morning, Loki stepped into the common room and instantly became surprised. You, wait here, Draco said with a proud tone as he walked to Loki and stood in front of him with Crabbe and Goyle by his side. What happened, Draco? I'm in no mood to entertain you. Especially when I haven't finished my potions homework. Draco's eyebrows twitched, but under the gaze of all the students in the common room, he reached inside his robe. Is he going to attack me? Loki made no movements, but the common room grew silent. Other students were already tightening their grip on their wands in case Draco tried to do something to Loki. But under the surprised gazes of everyone, Draco pulled out a badge and pinned it to Loki's robes. It said, Potter sucks. Support the real Hogwarts champion Loki. Everyone in the common room instantly became dumbfounded. What? Loki asked the question on everyone's minds. I know we have our differences, and that we do not see eye to eye, but you have for the first time in my eyes brought pride to the Slytherin house. I hope you keep up doing things like this. Loki looked around at all the other students to see if he was trapped in some sort of illusions, but seeing all the other students with their mouths hanging, Loki looked at Draco and became a little stunned. So he did the only right thing he could think of and slapped Draco. Crabbe and Goyle instantly stepped up to punch Loki, but Draco stopped them. What was that for? Draco asked with a frown. I heard you feel pain in dreams. Loki said, causing Draco to raise his eyebrow as if he was saying, so? I mean, did that hurt? Loki asked again and instantly caused Draco's eyebrows to start twitching wildly. People all around the common room began laughing silently while holding their stomachs. I mean, if this isn't a dream, then I have to say. You really have changed, Draco. I mean, I almost couldn't recognize you. What if you were impersonated by a few other students using the polyjuice potion? Loki listed a few other possibilities but then ended with, so I think it is good I did that. Good for you, Draco. Good that you changed. Welcome to the bright side. And with a happy nod, Loki was off, and for some reason, even after getting slapped, Draco had a wide smile on his face. Except when Loki left the common room, his smiling face turned into a frown. As if I'd fall for such an obvious trap, Loki said, looking at the badge that was on his chest. Now I need to figure out a way to get rid of this badge so that no one hears the celestial worthy of heaven and earth chant. With a simple plan forming in his mind, Loki walked towards the Gryffindor table. Sitting beside Harry, Loki threw up his arms around his shoulders and intruded on his conversation with everyone else at the table. Look at what I have, Loki said with a smile and pointed at the badge Draco had attached to his robes. The words, "Support the real Hogwarts champion, Loki," showed up along the edges of the badge with a picture of Loki in the middle. Wah! Hermione was about to shout, but Loki shushed her and pushed out his badge further as it changed to say, "Harry Potter is a loser." The Gryffindor table grew frigid in mere moments, but Loki didn't bother. Instead, he spoke openly to Fred and George. "Don't you guys think it's well done?" "Who made it?" Fred asked. "The one and only Draco." The table turned even more frigid at the mention of his name, but Loki then surprised everyone when he pulled out the badge and tossed it to George. "Wanna study how it works and make one for Harry too? I can see he's jealous seeing mine," Loki said, rubbing Harry's bed head, making his hair seem even more like a bird's nest as he tried to wrestle out of Loki's shoulder hug. George and Fred looked at each other, smiled and then nodded. "Done. We'll get it ready before lunch. Be ready to give me one too. I want to add it to my collection," Loki said with a smile and stood up from the Gryffindor table, which was now looking at him with admiration. Can there really be such a good Slytherin? Everyone thought. With the badge out of his way, Loki went back to the Slytherin table and ate his breakfast calmly. After he finished that, he left to go to the lavatory, where he locked himself in a stall and entered the Saphira castle. Once inside, Loki hurriedly performed a dream divination. The reason why Draco Malfoy wanted to keep an eye on me using the badge. The reason why Draco Malfoy wanted to keep an eye on me using the badge. The reason why Draco Malfoy wanted to keep an eye on me using the badge. Comma. The reason why Draco Malfoy wanted to keep an eye on me using the badge. With the statement said 7 times, Loki entered a dream using cogitation and allowing his astral body to float in the spirit world. Loki's vision shifted and he soon spotted himself looking over Draco's shoulder at a letter that was meant only for his eyes. It was encrypted, but it didn't take Loki long to crack the code. Find a way to keep an eye out on the student named Loki. Make sure you can keep track of him every moment of the day and learn everything you can about him. Draco then proceeded to think out loud and revealed even more of his thoughts to Loki. Father wants me to learn more about Loki. But why? Is it because he's doing well at school? Or is it related to his disappearance during the summer? Well, I don't know what it is about, but I'll do my best since Father has entrusted me with this task. The dream shattered at that point and Loki woke back up in the Saphira castle as he began to analyze what he had just seen. Father. So Lucius Malfoy did this. But I feel like there's more to this. Why exactly would Lucius Malfoy want to keep an eye on me? Because he is a Death Eater, and because you know who's planning something. Loki frowned. But why does you know who want to know more about me? Shouldn't his focus be on Harry? Is it so that you know who can kill me more easily using the Triwizard Tournament as a cover? Or does he just hold a grudge against me because of what I did to him in the summer after the second year with the Platinum card? Yeah, asking Draco to keep a watch on me, that sounds like something that scales proportionally to such an event. And a saint can't be so petty. Perhaps an insane one that has split his soul multiple times can. Loki's frown deepened and his worry furthered. Why do I feel like I now have to keep an eye out to cover my back all the time? Sigh. They can't even let a student do his duties as a student in peace. Loki shook his head and left the Saphira castle, going to the potions class. His mind throughout the week was on the upcoming tasks ahead as he spent the little time he had designing spells for all the evil gods. But Loki was still at the stage of dissecting the normal spells and studying the safeguards that were built into the system. This was especially tedious, since spells like the simple Lumos charm had little to no regard for any protections, while complicated ones like the Patronus charm involved several guards to keep something out. Draco had attempted to ambush him with other badge pins and similar items each time he'd stepped out of his room, but each time Loki had cleverly avoided him using his illusions to trick him into following another student. Meanwhile, Hermione was training with Professor McGonagall and working on digesting her apprentice potion faster as she was being taught by a high-sequence Beander who was looking after her as if she were really her apprentice. The Tarot Club meeting in this time remained silent, with no one offering up any extra information to each other since both parties were wary of how each other's presence might affect their plans. But Loki had thrown out a request: "Can any of you guys help me design a ritual for multiple gods? What would constitute an equivalent exchange payment for a product that would be formed only by the effort resulting from multiple gods cooperating?" Dominic advised Loki not to perform such dangerous rituals where it was almost guaranteed that you'd lose your life, while Barty Crouch's answer was simple: offer human lives. And Hermione chose to remain silent, though she did think in her mind that she would ask Professor McGonagall about it. Snape was silent for a while until he explained that Mr. World could ask Dumbledore's help, not very subtly. Fleur simply said that the Flamels would be the best source of information on the matter, while Sirius was still reeling from the shock that this regular happening was not a dream. "Oh, a ritual constituting multiple gods?" Professor McGonagall asked with raised eyebrows. "Pray tell, dear, why are you looking into that?" "No, Professor, I was only wondering why there were no such rituals. I mean, wouldn't someone have tried this? Like we've tried working with runes and making new spells out of them." "No, Miss Granger. This is a dangerous line of thought. Gods are not to be treated like runes. You cannot mix and match them hoping to get some radically different result. It would be an insult of profound measures. It would be more likely that you meet a true god before you succeed in a ritual that involves multiple gods. Promise me you will never ever try such a thing." Hermione quickly nodded, afraid she'd be angering Professor McGonagall and lose the privilege of training under her. Finally, after 2 weeks, Loki finally got to go on another mission with his team. "You ready?" Loki asked Hermione as they were walking towards Hogsmeade with Daphne in tow. "Yes, Loki. I'm confident I'll be of some use this time. I hope you are, because if you need to get involved, it'll mean we'll be working on something complicated," Loki said with a smile on his face. "Will I get another item like the one that makes miracles come true, like last time? That would be nice. Even though I still can't really use the Disc of Wishes for now." "Welcome back," Ethan said without pause as he continued to file the papers he was checking. Cedric and Daphne stood in front of their groups as they all waited for Ethan to be done with his work. "This week you two don't need to group with each other. The influx of people from all over the world who want to watch the Triwizard Tournament has resulted in a few smugglers taking advantage of the crowd to bring in a few mystical items into the Scottish Highlands. So we'll be working on seizing these mystical items?" Daphne asked. Ethan nodded and passed 2 papers to both groups. "In those papers are your targets. You may use the Ministry Flow to teleport to the fireplace closest to your targets. I want those items confiscated by the end of the day. They're both Class 3 items, so it shouldn't take you long." Daphne and Cedric nodded before looking at each other. A spark flew between their eyes as they quickly turned around and walked out of the room with their groups. Loki stayed behind in the room and once everyone was out asked Ethan a question that he wanted to know the answer to. "Were there any more attacks like the last one?" Ethan shook his head and laughed a little. If they were so common the British Isles would have vanished long ago. There are plenty of people taking care of such things, you don't need to worry about them." Loki nodded and left the room quickly and rejoined Daphne and Hermione. "So," Hermione asked Daphne since she was still holding onto the paper Ethan had passed to her. Daphne studied the paper and then passed the paper to Hermione before beginning to explain what it was all about. "Our item is a grade 3 item with little to no side effects. It needs 3 people to contain, which makes us a good group to have been assigned for this task. It's called the Belladonna of Bets. What does it do though? Loki asked. It's a betting book. Any bets written in it will have their odds favored. Some muggle has gotten his hands on it and is now using it to earn money by betting on various things. Anyone gone to retrieve it before us? Loki asked again. Yes. A team of Aurors were dispatched, but the muggle cleverly used the book to increase his odds of escaping from them. I see. It says here that the man has killed the Aurors who were pursuing him. Hermione interrupted with a slightly shocked look. Loki frowned, but Daphne quickly dispelled their worries. They only died because they didn't follow the sealing protocol. While by itself, the book tries to escape by shifting the odds in its favor when no one is looking at it. So we'll be fine as long as we keep looking at it. Loki nodded, but Hermione was still a little afraid. Daphne placed her hand over Hermione's shoulder and spoke in a calm tone. Don't worry, nothing will happen to us. I'll make sure of that. After all, I can manipulate luck too. Hermione nodded and calmed down after that as the trio walked to the flow network on the first floor of the Ministry of Magic. They went through the official procedures to secure a fireplace connected to the flow. It was easy to do so since they had all the proper documentation ready in the files Ethan had given them. Pinching a bit of powder, Daphne stepped into the flames and tossed the powder before shouting clearly, "Hellingsburg," followed by Hermione and then Loki. Their location was a small department store run by a squib in the city of Hellingsburg. Once the trio arrived at their location, Daphne immediately turned toward Hermione. Can you divine if it is all right for us to immediately pursue the muggle? Sure. Hermione nodded before letting out her pendulum and entering cogitation. It is dangerous for us to pursue Mr. Bellington to retrieve the Belladonna of Bets. Hermione repeated the sentence 7 times before opening her eyes and looking at the result that everyone was waiting for. The pendulum was spinning counterclockwise. No danger. Hermione concluded, and Daphne nodded as she opened the door and stepped into the department store, pausing to give a short nod to the squib that worked here and leaving through the back door. Loki, try to divine the location of our target, Daphne said as soon as they left the department store. Loki performed a dream divination this time while sitting on a public bench, and once he was done he opened his eyes and led the way. Loki was calm, but something was nagging him at the back of his mind. As he followed Hermione he started to slow down until he came to a stop because of his thoughts. A book that can twist fate. Hermione's divination shouldn't have been affected by it since her pendulum is connected to the Saphira Castle. But, what if instead of pre-planned danger Mr. Bellington has used the book to manipulate itself so that his fate is intertwined with it? For example, what if the Aurors didn't really die because the book wanted to escape, but because the muggle wrote down in it that the book could never be separated from him? Making it dangerous not to pursue the book itself, but separating it from him the most dangerous. With Loki stopping in the middle of the street, Daphne quickly stopped, after which Hermione followed suit and looked at Loki. What happened, Loki? Hermione asked Loki while Daphne carried a look that meant the same. I have a little doubt, but my own, could you divine something else for me once? Sure. What do you want me to divine about? Divine if it is safe to separate the book from Mr. Bellington. Hermione frowned, but Daphne's eyes widened. She bit her tongue and then nodded immediately. I understand. This was an oversight from my side. Hermione, could you please do the divination? Hermione nodded and performed the divination even though she didn't understand how it was any different from what she'd done a few seconds earlier. It is safe to separate the Belladonna of Bets from Mr. Bellington. Hermione repeated the statement 7 times, and with a fresh salty breeze from the sea that brushed through the small town, she opened her eyes. The pendulum was spinning counterclockwise, indicating that it wasn't safe to separate the book from the culprit. Loki immediately frowned and instead of speaking activated his spirit vision to look around the town, looking for any obvious signs that the town was trapped in some sort of ritual like the previous 2 times he'd been trapped in one. There were no obvious signs that the town was under some sort of ritual, but Loki didn't let his guard down. Anyone smart enough to use the book to kill another person is smart enough to get himself into trouble. Suddenly Loki wasn't very excited at the prospect of fighting a person who was intelligent enough to use a mystical item properly. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. We should be careful about how Mr. Bellington's using the book, Loki warned, and Daphne nodded while Hermione just frowned. Wouldn't he be basically impossible to catch if he simply changes the odds of escape in his favor? Hermione asked politely. Daphne nodded but then explained properly, it is possible. But we also need to remember that Mr. Bellington has remained in Hellingsburg and hasn't escaped. Hermione nodded, that makes sense. So how are we going to capture him, Captain? Loki asked Daphne. Daphne thought for a while before she said, let's perform a few tests first. Loki and Hermione, transfigure random things into muggle money. A little is enough, but make sure no muggles will catch on about them being fakes. And what are you going to do? Hermione asked since Daphne was leaving them and walking away. I'll bring someone who needs the money. Quote. Hermione looked confused but Loki was able to decipher her actions. She probably wants to hire a muggle to intrude on Mr. Bellington first. To see if he's hostile or if he has any obvious traps set in place. Can't we just use divination to clear through them and catch him by surprise? It is possible, but if we miss or overlook something, Mr. Bellington will have more information about us. Which will only make this task harder. Hermione nodded and then the two of them walked over to a patch of grass and plucked a bit of it, turning them into crisp bills using transfiguration. Turn them wrinkly and old. Loki said and explained, it'll be strange to hire people with crisp bills. Hermione nodded and tapped them with her wand, turning the bills she'd just created into worn-out and old-looking used bills. Daphne soon returned with a shivering child who was looking at the three of them warily. The child was malnourished, his cheeks sunken and eyes hollow, yet he looked around with a sharp gaze, constantly looking around to make use of everything he could get his hands on. I used to look like that. Loki thought with a strange sense of camaraderie. You know what needs to be done, right? Daphne asked the child. I need to knock on house 28 and pretend like I want to sell the man there some cookies but throw eggs on his face. Daphne nodded and used her wand to confound the boy and cause him to fall into a daze. She then used a bunch of stones and conjured a bowl of cookies and eggs. She then cleared all the dirt away from the child to make him look prim and proper. But no matter what Daphne did, the boy still looked poor and unfit for his job. Hermione stepped up and tapped the boy's clothes, turning them from the tatters he was wearing into a scout's uniform. Scouts are a popular thing among muggles. They're like a club that teaches survival skills. Hermione explained to Daphne, people trust them quite a bit. Daphne nodded and looked at the now fresh-looking boy. She waved her wand and caused him to snap out of his daze. Before he could notice anything wrong, however, Daphne spoke as if it was all normal, these are the cookies you'll sell. Did you understand that? The young boy looked at the money that Daphne was waving in front of him with greed and quickly nodded. All right then, I'll pay you half now, and half once the work is over. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. Daphne nodded and stuffed a few of the transfigured bills into the boy's pocket and pushed him to go to house number 28 to become their test dummy. Loki and Hermione were a little uncertain about using a muggle and exploiting him so blatantly, but they understood that as long as he wasn't harmed it wasn't going to be a problem. Waiting at the corner of the street, Loki, Hermione, and Daphne all looked as the boy walked up to house number 28 with his bowl of cookies. Knock knock. The boy waited for half a minute before moving to knock on the door once again, but before he could, the door opened and a thin man leaned out. What do you want? The man asked. In his hand was a thin book and a pen, but he kept it close to himself even as he spoke to the boy. Hello, good sir. Would you like to buy a few cookies from me? They only cost a few pence. The boy said with a smart smile as he extended his bowl of cookies in front of him. The man stared at the bowl for a few seconds before picking up a few of them and staring at them for a few seconds. He then placed them back and spoke, wait for a minute. The man then rushed back into the house and after about 30 seconds returned with a few pounds. "Here, have this. I'll take all your cookies," the man said and moved all the cookies inside the bowl into his box. After which he closed the door on the boy's face. But just before he was able to do so, the boy pulled out raw eggs from the pockets of his pants and tossed them into the house, running away before the man could realize what he had done. They all heard a delayed muffled angered shout from behind the door, but it lasted only for a few seconds before vanishing. Done with his work, the boy rushed towards the end of the street to meet Daphne and the rest for his extra payment. After the boy informed them about the man and the book he was holding, Daphne handed him the rest of the money and sent him on his way as Loki couldn't help but think, "I hope he spends that money soon, or he's going to be left with a few blades of grass instead of paper." "So we're safe now?" Hermione asked with some confusion. "Well, most likely, since it seems the book is not all powerful and doesn't have a very big range. It's only a grade 3 artifact after all," Daphne explained. "Shall I use my slumber charm to put him to sleep so that he isn't any more trouble then?" Loki asked Daphne and she nodded. "You do that, I'll attract any calamitous events that the book might cause once we're in its range. While Hermione can capture the man along with the book." "What's a slumber charm?" Hermione asked as they walked over to the house with Daphne. "It's a charm that puts everyone struck by it to sleep. It's a charm of the domain of darkness or Evernight." Hermione nodded at the information and focused back on the mission at hand. The inside of the house everyone was walking towards was shrouded in darkness. The man who had just been angry a few moments ago was suddenly as still as a statue. His eyes remained glazed over as he looked at the bowl of cookies that had fallen onto the floor. The man quickly collapsed, kneeling on the floor and began stuffing all the cookies that were in the bowl in front of him into his mouth. He folded his hands in prayer and bowed his head. I summon in my name, Mother Tree of Desire, the Father of Devils, the Perpetual Blatherer, the Heartless God. I pray that you use your divine powers to corrupt this book that can twist fate." The man then pulled out a knife and slashed his hand, dripping a few drops of fresh blood onto the book in front of him. "Blood of the servant willingly given, the liquid that belongs to the abyss, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation." He then pulled out a rather large glass vial, almost 6 inches long, and poured the blood that was inside it onto the book. "Blood of the sacrifice unwillingly given, the liquid that belongs to the devil, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation." Nothing happened for a few seconds until the blood suddenly turned crimson and filled the dark house with an ominous red light. But the light lasted for only a moment before it vanished into the book as if it never existed. The cut on the man's arm slowly faded away and he picked up the glass vial and ate it with a soft crunch. Once done with his sudden untraditional meal, a small portal opened beside the man and a shadow emerged out of him. Its mostly shifty and shapeless features made it hard to see in the darkroom as it slipped into the portal. The man who was still kneeling looked around in a daze before he looked at the book in his hands and stood up with a smile. "Knock knock. Huh, who's here? Well, whoever he is, I guess I'll deal with them and then go to the derby to earn more money. What's that smell too? Eggs. When did I drop eggs? Is this a supernatural event?" Daphne stood with her arms folded as Loki knocked on the door. The trio heard the floorboards creak behind the door as they became slightly tense. Even if they had a plan to deal with the book, it still felt risky not knowing how the book might manipulate their fates to affect them. At least Daphne hasn't gotten any visions warning her about it otherwise. Loki thought as he patiently waited for the door to open. His hand was inside his robe, holding his wand while it was primed with spirituality, ready to cast any spell at a moment's notice. The footsteps and creaks suddenly paused as they all heard the man behind the door stop walking. He stopped. Why? Inside the house, the man paused when he felt the book in his hands grow warm. His eyes instantly widened since he remembered the rule he'd written down in it earlier: the odds of a simple supernatural event warning me in times of danger is exceptionally high. That's 2 supernatural events including the eggs. Is there something wrong with the guests at my door right now? The man grew tense. He didn't move. Instead, he pulled out the pen from his pocket and opened the book to write more. Seeing the book exactly as it was when he'd left it, the man began to scribble what he'd thought of into it immediately. The odds of anything wrong happening to me or losing in this encounter are negligible. Outside the door, the moment Daphne heard the man stop in his steps, she looked at both Loki and Hermione and nodded. Without waiting for any more orders, Loki instantly flicked his wand, Bombarda. The thick white door in front of the trio burst into smithereens, its pieces flying off into the house, towards the man who was shocked at what had just happened. He nearly dropped the book in shock but managed to hold onto it in the end as he ducked to prevent himself from being hurt by the wood splinters. But shocking everyone present, a strange ethereal barrier erupted out of the book and protected the man from all the wooden splinters and pieces. However, almost immediately, Loki, Daphne and Hermione surrounded the man, leaving him with only the stairs to escape. Seeing that he was protected by something supernatural, the man didn't think twice before using the stairs. He jumped backwards and began to make a run for it. What is this? Are they some sort of supernatural police? Are they here to capture me? I haven't even earned more than a few £1,000s yet. Except suddenly, Daphne stretched her hand and flicked it. Misfortune struck the man who was running on the stairs. His leg slipped and he started to fall backwards. But before any side could enjoy the victory, the man reached out to balance himself and ended up grabbing the switchboard that was meant for turning off or on the lights hanging above the stairs. Unable to support his weight, the switchboard came apart into the man's hand and he pulled out all the wiring with it. As the man's body fell backwards, the wiring suddenly drew taut and the man swung rapidly towards Hermione. Startled by the sudden change in his direction of movement, Hermione couldn't do much, but she tried, immobilis. The man's movement froze in midair, but by then his hands had slipped off the switchboard, causing it to swing and hit Hermione. There was a short bzzz before Hermione was thrown backwards because of the strong shock. Flicking his wand, Loki did the next best thing he could think of, Accio book. The book was pried off the man's hands as it shot in Loki's direction, but due to unnatural factors, Loki stepped on some broken glass and it caused him to flinch even though he was wearing boots. It made his spell unstable and causing the book to shoot even more rapidly towards him, almost like a bullet. Loki ducked just in time for the book to fly past him, but he had to duck again when the book curved like a boomerang in the air and went back to the man. Except this time, Daphne flicked her wand. The electrical wiring was transfigured into a net as it rose up to grab the book and separate it from the man. But due to sudden misfortune, the electrical wires sparked and caused the man to be shocked. The sudden shock caused the man to break out of the immobilis charm as he fell on top of the book and finally grabbed it once again. But it was a little too late. Loki tossed the silver charm that was in his hand while shouting, Somnum, Latin for sleep. With his spirituality sparking the charm, a sudden tranquil feeling spread throughout the entire house. Its effects concentrated exactly where the man landed on the ground. But by miraculous luck though, as soon as the man landed on the ground it collapsed under his weight. The wooden floorboards snapped and the man fell through into the darkness of the unfinished basement of the house. The charm fell along with him, but Loki didn't hope for much after seeing just how ridiculously lucky the man was getting. But before Loki or Daphne could move, they heard a loud bang from the adjacent room. Loki looked at Daphne and they shared a single brain cell. I'll see if Hermione's alright, you go after the man. Daphne said with her eyes. Loki dropped into the basement and flicked his wand to shoot out an ocean of flashlight spells, turning the once cold and dark basement into a bright sunny day for anyone ahead of him. For himself, he simply relied on his night vision to pierce through the darkness and spot the man who was running towards a door that led out of the basement. The sudden bombarding flash of light caused the man to shut his eyes in pain as he ran, causing him to slow down. Loki used his impressive physicality to rush through the basement as he reached the man just in time. But the battle hadn't ended yet. As soon as Loki arrived near the man, he heard the floorboards above him creak. Suddenly a 7-foot-tall refrigerator tore through the floor and landed right in front of him. It was enough to stop Loki but not Hermione. Opening a door, Hermione stepped right past the refrigerator and cast a new spell, shocking not only the man but also Loki. How did she come here? Did she break the floorboards and enter the basement like Mr. Bellington? And isn't she worried that I'll see her using the door pathway abilities in the darkness? Meanwhile, Daphne, who had just entered the basement from the hole Hermione had created, flicked her hand while aiming her ability using her spirit vision to differentiate everyone's spirit bodies. The fridge that had fallen suddenly lost 2 of its back feet due to the heavy impact with which it landed on the ground. This caused it to tilt backwards and fall onto the man who was standing just in front of it. But due to the man's infinite luck, Depulso, Hermione shouted. A bright white flash traveled the short distance between Hermione and the man who was trapped under a fridge. And instead of hitting the man, the spell hit the fridge and blasted it away from the man, allowing him to rush towards the door once again. Unluckily, however, the book that the man had been holding onto tightly was pulled along by the fridge. With the book gone, the man paled with fright. But he didn't spend another second to search the book in the blindingly dark basement. He gathered his strength and rushed towards the door, throwing it open by using the approximate distance from his memory as he tried escaping. The man bashed through the door, head first, as he went tumbling out the door of the house. The book fell to the floor but Hermione ignored it, charging towards the man instead. Loki picked up the book and before it could pull off anything else trapped it inside the refrigerator while holding the door so it couldn't get out. Daphne walked up to him and panting a little asked, "Hermione went out?" "Yeah, you better go to her, I dunno what she's planning to do with him." She looked mad, probably because she was shocked, I'm guessing. Daphne nodded and even before she could do anything the 2 of them heard a sickening crunch. Loki's legs nervously clenched but he stood still while holding the refrigerator door as Daphne shook her head and walked out with a soft smile. With Mr. Bellington knocked out, Hermione was floating him with the levitation spell while Loki floated the refrigerator that was tightly bound using the Incarcerus spell. They used a disillusionment charm to hide their captives and walked towards the department store under the barrage of insults Hermione shouted out for Mr. Bellington. They included things like cursing 7 of his previous generations and complaining about leaving him permanently disfigured or even disabled depending on how you interpreted it. It frightened Loki a little while Daphne had a hard time keeping herself from laughing. Hermione was so talkative that they didn't have the time to reapply the disillusionment charm on their spoils of war when they reached the department store. Reaching the department store, Daphne greeted the store clerk who looked at them oddly when he saw them carrying an unconscious man in a refrigerator but didn't say anything. He just politely opened the warehouse door and allowed them to use the fireplace to get back to the ministry. As soon as they teleported with their respective items and left the ministry fireplace, they came across Cedric's team. "Haha, we were done before you losers," Zacharias said with a smile as he provoked Daphne but she just ignored him like he didn't matter. Cedric came closer to them and examined the loot they'd brought into the ministry. But when he saw the refrigerator Loki was floating he became a little confused. "The item is inside that." Loki nodded. "We didn't know the Obliviate charm so we also brought the guy along after knocking him out." Cedric nodded while trying to keep his smile hidden but he failed and caused Hermione to snort angrily at him. "What happened to her?" Cedric whispered into Loki's ears as they walked side by side. "She's angry 'cause the guy pulled on a switchboard while fighting us and exposed wires that shocked her." "Ouch, that sounds like it hurt quite a bit," Cedric said with a slight wince. "Yeah, it probably did, she shot into another room because of her muscles spasming." Under the surprised gazes of many wizards working at the ministry Loki, Daphne and Hermione walked along with Cedric's team towards the Auror department. A few Aurors even tried to stop them to question what kids were doing there but Cedric pulled out a badge that caused them to look away. A mystical item, Loki thought as he looked at the badge that Cedric was holding. One with psychological invisibility. Spectator pathway. Once in Ethan's office, Loki and Hermione sat down there, loot, on the floor, and while Loki was soft with it, Hermione lifted the man a little before acting as if her spell had gone out of control and caused the man to hit the ground hard. He still didn't wake up. Did Myone actually kill him? Ethan looked at it but didn't stop Hermione. Instead, he turned to Daphne and asked her a question. Is the book in the refrigerator? Yes. Do you want me to brief you now? No. You can write a report for me to read a little later. Ethan said and turned to Cedric. Have you found the badge? Cedric nodded and tossed it casually towards Ethan. Not much happened. We took care of any muggles and even restored any damages we caused. Good. Ethan nodded as he snatched the badge from the air. You can write up the reports in the next room, Ethan said, pointing at a door that led to a room with many desks and typewriters in it. Daphne from their group left while Diego from Cedric's group left to write the report. In the meantime, as they waited, Cedric asked Loki a question. How you holding up as the champion? Loki's eyes widened for a second before he calmly nodded. It's been fine for now. I hope I don't become roast meat by the end though. If you can handle the world of Beyonders, I don't think there's much else that can take you down, so don't worry about it. Thanks. In case you need to practice spells or need help making plans to face the tasks, make sure to hit me up. I'm sure Diego and Zacharias will be more than happy to help you out along with me. Loki's eyes shone as he politely nodded. I'll do that then. They spent the next few minutes in silence as Loki tried to console Hermione, who was glaring at unconscious Mr. Bellington, who was currently undergoing a memory extraction operation that Ethan was performing casually. Loki turned on his spirit vision to watch Ethan's operation, but he froze as soon as his gaze fell on the refrigerator, specifically on the book that was locked inside it. It's cursed. By her. Why? Loki almost flinched in panic, but his impeccable control over his expressions hid his flooding thoughts. Almost instantly, he forced a break on his thoughts, since thinking about the Mother Tree of Desire or Mother Goddess of Depravity while outside the Saphira Castle would be dangerous. Instead, he switched his thoughts. How do I warn them of it? Ethan was soon done, and so Loki stepped closer to him. Are you going to check the items for any corruption before you store them or use them? Ethan looked at him as if asking, why? And then Loki covered himself with a random excuse. I mean, after last time, I just want it to be safe. Who knows if all of this is a trap for something larger? Ethan looked confused for a second but nodded slightly. I'll inform Laura to be a little vigilant when testing it. That's good. Loki nodded and went back to his seat. That's all I can do. And with her being a saint, it'll probably be hard to hide from her. Loki sighed in relief and sat back down on his chair, but then asked a random question to himself. Who is it for anyway? Loki frowned and then looked at Hermione. She's still frowning. Just how angry did that shock make her? No way. Loki instantly reactivated his spirit vision and his eyeballs nearly fell out of his socket. What the hell? Loki almost screamed out loud, but he managed to hold himself back. Not only had a faint layer of corruption taken hold in Hermione's heart, but also in the person behind Hermione, inside the room where typewriters and papers existed, Daphne. Why? Loki asked, and he came up with an answer almost instantly. There was only one possible reason after all. Because of her connection to the Saphira Castle. Loki frowned. He didn't know if he was right 100%, but his intuition pointed towards it. It was meant for me probably, but because of the pendulum's connection to the Saphira Castle, the curse mistook the target to be her. What about Daphne then? Loki stood up and told Ethan, where's the washroom? I'll be back in a few. Ethan pointed to the left and Loki entered a stall in the bathroom. He quickly put up a wall of spirituality around himself and entered the Saphira Castle. There Loki performed a simple divination. The original target of the curse of the Belladonna of Bets was me. The original target of the curse of the Belladonna of Bets was me. The original target of the curse of the Belladonna of Bets was me. The original target of the curse of the Belladonna of Bets was me. Having repeated the statement 7 times while incogitating, Loki opened his eyes slowly. Clockwise. So it's true. The corruption was meant for me. So Daphne was a stray casualty. Loki frowned, left the Saphira Castle and walked over to Hermione. He then stole the corruption from her and planted it on a random canute in his pocket. The changes were visible almost immediately, since not even a few minutes later, Hermione was worried about having broken some random rules and hurt their target with excessive force. Ethan had to repeatedly convince her that no Aurors or Unspeakables would be coming after her at Hogwarts to arrest her. She was no longer as blazingly angry as before. But Loki sat there frowning after making sure he stole the corruption from Daphne too. The act today meant several things to him, none of which he liked. Wandering through the halls and corridors of Hogwarts, Loki used the Marauder's map to track down a ghost that he wanted to speak to. "Where are you? Where are you?" "Here," Loki asked himself as he opened the door to a classroom. Inside was mostly empty except for an ethereal ghost floating about, staring at nothing, moving ever so slightly as she drifted along with the thin draft leaking from a faulty window. "Miss Ravenclaw," Loki said, nodding in greeting as he stood in front of the sharp-eyed ghost. Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, popularly known as the Grey Lady and the Ghost of Ravenclaw, looked down on Loki, who was smiling while looking at her. "I will not speak," Helena said as she began floating away, but Loki's next words stopped her. Loki nodded. "I understand that. But I'm not here for the newspaper." Shaking his head, Loki continued, "I'm here for your mother." "Mother?" Helena asked with raised brows. "Yes. I need to find an item that was close to her, something she endeared very much." "You know," Helena whispered, but in the empty classroom, it was easily audible to Loki. "Like him." But then instead of feeling happy about it, Helena frowned as she spoke. "No. I will not help you." After which she started to float away into a wall so that Loki couldn't annoy her further. But Loki expected this to happen, so he said something else. "I can help you get a sequence 2 ancient Bane Beander characteristic." Helena froze in midair, turning towards Loki slowly, but instead of a shocked expression, Loki found her wearing an ugly mask of anger and indifference. "Why do you think I need your help?" Helena growled. "Well, you don't talk much, so I assume you're a sequence 3 disciple of silence. And given how you're still stuck in this sequence even after 1,000 years, I don't doubt you want to advance further, but you are stuck for some reason. I might be able to help you," Loki concluded. The scowl on Helena's face deepened as she spoke in an eerily calm tone. "If you don't leave this place and stop bothering me, no one will ever find you again," Helena threatened, causing the temperature in the room to drop by several degrees as the windows started to frost over and small snowflakes began to appear in the air, forming a thin layer of ice on the floor where the snowflakes touched. Loki frowned, confused about what he'd done to earn the ghost's ire, so he spoke calmly. "Why are you so angry about this?" "I'm only trying to help." "Get out!" Helena screamed, using her abilities as a wraith, emitting a silent shriek that instinctively caused Loki to suddenly feel as if a truck rammed into him at high speed. But instead of leaving as Helena said, Loki reasoned about what had happened, trying to piece together clues strewn about their short conversation as he decrypted the hidden truths. She doesn't want to advance. But why? Is it because she already feels like she'll lose control? Or because she's corrupted? Loki looked at Helena using his spirit vision brazenly, causing her to freeze as she felt someone gaze at her soul. Helena immediately turned around to reprimand Loki, but before she could. "No, she isn't corrupted." Then, you don't like the pathway. Which means someone forced you to take up this pathway. Your mother. Is that why you don't like her? Loki spoke. Helena's eyes widened as her gaze trembled, but she quickly recovered, except Loki had already noticed this change in her expression. "So I'm right, you don't like your mother. I mean, she's annoying for me too with what she's done, but..." Helena gave a hateful look towards Loki and spoke each word slowly. "I do not hate my mother. Stop talking about things you know nothing about and leave me alone." Loki frowned. Helena started to leave and Loki thought about revealing the room of conveniences and how Rowena was asleep inside it, but he didn't feel desperate enough to do so. So Loki let Helena go and walked to the Great Hall himself. He needed to stuff himself with food. He felt quite hungry after taking a wraith's shriek point blank. His mind wandered throughout the meal as he tried to think of the reason why Helena hated him so much, or even why she was so unreceptive to the idea of sharing information about her mother, but he was quickly snapped out of it when he got Hagrid's letter. "Come out of the castle after dinner. I've got something to show you. Burn this letter as soon as you read it. Quote. Loki was confused, but he did as the letter said and after dinner walked out of the castle and waited for Hagrid. Loki, you're here. Hagrid nodded with a big smile as he patted his back, almost dislocating his shoulder in the process. And, Ari, are you hurt too? Hagrid asked randomly to the air when suddenly a floating head appeared some distance away. Good, now both of you, keep quiet and keep some distance as you follow me. Make sure not to get spotted. You seem to be in a good mood. Loki asked as he looked at Hagrid smiling more than usual today. Don't worry about it. Now follow me, Hagrid said as he began to march towards the Forbidden Forest. Loki and Harry looked at each other with some confusion, both not having expected the other to be here at Hagrid's request, but now that they were here they realized that this had something to do with the Triwizard Cup. Harry hid back in his invisibility cloak and began to follow Hagrid, with Loki using his wand to cast the disillusionment charm as he followed behind Hagrid, making sure not to make any loud noises like Harry as he moved so that no one would catch onto him. As they walked deeper and deeper into the forest, Loki noticed that they were moving towards a clearing that neared the Centaur tribe. Through the trees, Loki spotted bursts of fire and heard the chattering of several people, but he remained confused as to their roots. Is someone playing around with fire spells? Why did Hagrid bring us here though? Is it a secret party or something? As they stepped through the forest, Loki noticed that the closer they got to their destination, the more and more barren it became. It was almost as if all the creatures had collectively banded together and decided that it was time to vacate this area specifically. Not even little birds or even snakes lived in the area. The trees had started to grow hollow and empty as if decay had set on them earlier, while their leaves, which had already fallen due to it being mid-November, looked to have already decomposed. There was no crunch under Loki, Harry or even Hagrid's feet each time they stepped onto dead leaves. The leaves just shattered into dust as soon as they were touched. Everything's dying. Loki frowned when he noticed this fact. Soon the crowns of the dead trees cleared as the trees themselves had fallen away, revealing a creature so massive and monstrous that Loki found it hard to believe he wasn't dreaming. What the heck is that thing? Loki's lips trembled and his fingers clenched tightly into fists. Every moment longer he stayed there, he had the terrible urge to escape from there. His mind felt like it had taken a blow from a mountain and his body felt like it was in the frozen tundra. He felt afraid. Suddenly the monstrosity that was munching on a dragon, which was alive and desperately fighting against its imminent demise, turned its cylindrical head full of eyes to look in Loki's direction. The sudden action nearly made his heart stop. Loki could swear he smelled someone shit their pants at that moment. Loki looked at Harry and found his invisibility cloak had fallen and he had clearly pissed and shit his robes. Loki looked back at the monstrosity that was staring in his direction with all its eyes. It was feeding on a dragon and chewing on it like it was a toy. The ginormous size of the monstrous creature when compared to the dragon made the once fearsome creature look like a chicken. What is that, Hagrid? Madame Maxime asked without fear, since there were other wizards around and they were calm. Loki suddenly realized that he had been so afraid that he'd missed Madame Maxime appearing near them. Are those wizards even going to do anything to help in case it decides to wreak havoc? And as if a switch had been flipped in him, Hagrid answered calmly, it's called a gate guardian totem. Only found near gates to the underworld, and is usually on the other side. A creature that guards the gates to the underworld. Very useful for keeping the dead. This one, however, is a baby. Baby, my foot. That's taller than the cliff that Hogwarts is built on, you fool. The thing is so tall it can probably see the difference between heaven and earth. And it is as tall as MT. Tie. Heck no, it is MT. Tie. As Hagrid and Madame Maxime walked closer to the monstrous creature, Loki finally got a full view. The creature was shaped like a humanoid with pastel red skin. It was sitting and had its knees folded as it used its hands to hold down the dragon it was chewing. Even while sitting, however, it felt like it was as tall as the astronomy tower. It had several pairs of deep crimson eyes scattered all around its body. Its entire head was cylindrical and it didn't have any lips. It had a gaping hole instead that held in it a sea of sharp jagged teeth. Loki could see a blue flame within its mouth that flickered like a tongue. "Are the champions going to fight?" "'Tis Hagrid," Madame Maxime asked politely. "Haha, no. That would be too much for them. Even I've never been able to handle one of these on my own." "What, then are they supposed to do?" "Their aim will be to distract it so that they can steal a soul from the gate it will be guarding." Loki became dumbfounded. "Forget fighting. I don't think I can even go anywhere close to it without feeling like a mountain is pressing down on my back. How the hell did they even manage to bring it here? Wouldn't that mean there are a pair of gate guardian totems, its mother and father, super angry in the underworld?" It seemed like Hagrid sensed the doubts of the students he'd brought along, or that he wanted to give them a brief respite, so he quickly spoke up. "Of course, it won't be this size when it's with the champions. Ziti will make this thing smaller." "Not exactly." Hagrid shook his head, but then he saw the gate guardian totem finish its meal, so he pointed at it. "Look, you will understand." Under the gazes of everyone, as soon as the totem head swallowed the entire dragon, in spite of its horrifying screeches and wails to survive a single moment longer, the totem shrank to the size of an actual baby. Loki froze in his spot once again. What? The once formidable creature now looked like a garden gnome. If not for its oddly shaped head, or even in spite of it, Loki was sure some wonky wizard out there would use it to decorate their house. The totem baby looked around and soon walked to a small stone arch gate with an ethereal wispy door in it. "Door to the underworld," Loki noticed. As soon as the baby was in front of the arch, it sat down and fell into a trance-like state as it continued to watch the door as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. It was at this point that Loki heard something rustle near him, and when he looked at Harry, he was gone, along with his invisibility cloak. He got scared so easily. "Huh. Should have been like me. Look how strong-minded I am. How will he defeat you-know-who if he's so weak? The savior of the British wizarding world is so weak. Boo-hoo, Adam has a weak protagonist." Loki stayed at the scene and looked at the totem baby for a while longer, even after Hagrid and Madame Maxime left. His prolonged stay helped him immensely, since he figured out several things by eavesdropping on the conversations of the nearby wizards. The totem baby had to be fed nearly once every few minutes to hours. This was not its natural eating speed, but a price it had to pay for living in the real world and not inside the gate where it protected the exit. It always changed its size to swallow the creature whole in a single gulp. And this one's favorite food source happened to be dragons. This totem baby was also contracted with the Beander, who was present at the scene, a Sequence 5, gatekeeper of the death pathway. But the most important of all was the fact that the totem baby would never leave a 10-meter radius around the gate, not when it was small and not even when it was tall. Leaving the scene, Loki went back to the castle where he sat in his room with a frown. So the first task is to steal from a totem baby. I guess I'll be performing a theft live. So I'll gain some digestion if I'm good enough at it and manage to surprise everyone. But how does a normal person steal a soul in the first place? I mean, not everyone else is like me that can turn the soul into its stolen state of a rune and take it away. So how else are they going to steal a soul from it? Is the trick to distract the totem baby just enough so that a soul escapes from its grasp? But with the amount of eyes it has around its body, it'll probably be difficult to blind it. I'll go to the library tomorrow. Surely they have something on a totem baby. And what are they going to tell the normal people about the gate that leads to the underworld? Won't the other wizards learn about Beyonders like this? Or they'll probably just lie and say it's something they made for the competition. Confusing. Getting up the next morning, Loki immediately walked over to the library. "Here for books on gate guardian totems?" Madame Pants asked with a knowing smile. Haha, I mean, I was suddenly interested in it. I just read a book about the Egyptians and they have all this underworld stuff, and then there was about that mysterious being that protects the underworld. Loki yapped on and on for about a minute before he looked at Madame Pants with a soft business smile which she casually dismissed. Aisle 19, shelf number 40. Madame Pants casually pointed and Loki happily strolled to the shelf to do his research about the baby totem. Baby totem, I'm gonna get you. Wait, can I distract it if I show it that watermelon show since it is a baby? Food for thought. Loki was sitting in Snape's potion class filing away his nails to use the dust as ingredients in the potion he was making, the Oliver head potion. A potion which caused you to sprout multiple heads from your neck. It was so that he could understand what the baby totem could see and how it felt to have so many eyes. Of course, Loki hadn't taken Snape's permission to make this potion, but it wasn't like he couldn't use illusions to hide the actual potion he was making. Knock knock. A young Gryffindor boy knocked on Snape's class, disturbing everyone in it, even Neville, who accidentally pushed a beaker full of monarch moth wings into the potion he was making. Thankfully for everyone, Seamus, his group mate, caught the beaker from falling into the potion and causing another explosion. Unfortunately for them, Snape saw it. A 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape said, much to the amusement of the Slytherins and the disappointment of the Gryffindors, who were all glaring at the young boy for helping Snape take points away. Yes? Snape asked, looking at the boy who hadn't spoken under the fear of doing something wrong once again and earning the ire of all the Gryffindors. Ah, Professor, I need Harry Potter and Loki. They've been called by the headmaster for the wand weighing ceremony. Snape's face instantly morphed into a scowl, since he hadn't finished his daily dose of torturing Harry, but even with how unwilling he was, he couldn't go against the headmaster's orders. So he turned towards Harry and said, "Get out." Loki, on the other hand, just nodded at Snape and used an illusion which he sent away to follow the boy under an illusory cover. "I'm finishing the potion I'm making first. Wand weighing be damned." Shortly after they set out of the class, Loki made his clone stop, prompting the boy and Harry to stop too. Loki then looked at the end of the corridor and said, "Sorry, I need to go to the washroom for a second. I'll catch up with you guys, don't worry," and carry on. The boy and Harry nodded and kept walking, while Loki controlled his illusion to turn a corner and vanish. It was only 15 minutes later that Loki was done with his potion, so he quickly filled it in a vial and left the potions classroom. Huh. The students looked at the door that just opened and closed on its own with confusion. But then one of them said, "Must have been the wind," and everyone went back to perfecting their potions, lest Snape find a new reason to hit them or take their points. On the other end, Loki was confused. "Wait, where do I go now?" "Well, let's just ask Professor McGonagall, she'll probably know about it." Loki started walking around the castle and soon arrived at Professor McGonagall's office, but knocking it and receiving no response, Loki realized she was in class. Loki stopped and thought about it for a while before pulling out the Marauder's map. Should have done this in the first place. With the map in his hand, Loki made his way towards an empty classroom in the first floor corridor where everyone was gathered. All the headmasters are there. And who's this? Rita Skeeter. Her name sounds familiar. Ah. The lady Hermione hates because of her sensational headlines and news. It must be my good fortune that we're meeting. Hey. Suddenly an evil plan sprouted in Loki's mind that he couldn't help but show outwardly with a wide evil smile. Loki got to the room as fast as he could and knocked politely. The same Gryffindor boy opened the door and allowed Loki to enter. Fleur nodded politely and Harry gave a short nod to greet him in silence, since Victor Crumb was having his wand checked by Ollivander. Loki walked silently and stood beside Harry and watched with fascination as Ollivander conjured simple things to check the magical flow of the wand and how smooth its work was. Ollivander swung Crumb's wand and caused a stream of little tweeting birds to emerge as they flew out the open window. Next was Fleur, for whom Ollivander conjured a bouquet of flowers. He picked Harry's wand and shot out a fountain of wine with it. Finally, it was Loki's turn. As soon as Loki handed his wand to Ollivander, he frowned deeply and then began to examine it by bringing it close to his eyes as if he could see what was inside it without splitting it open. "Is there something wrong, Garrick?" Dumbledore asked politely. "No. In fact, the wand has healed itself. This wand, I remember clearly when I sold it. It was old. No, centuries old. It had several tiny cracks and traces in it. Things that made it apparent it was losing its battle against time." Ollivander said as he examined the wand, confusing Loki. "It was. How come I've never noticed then? But that's when Ollivander said something else that shocked him a little. I have to say, have you met the Dementor that this wand was made out of? Loki's eyes widened and he immediately nodded, not seeing any reason to hide the information. Yes. Last year, when Sirius Black was a convict and on the loose. Ollivander nodded, only that could have fixed a wand like this. Only by bringing it closer to the source could you have activated its immortal nature. Loki became happier because of this new information, since this meant if his wand was ever damaged, he could just call the Dementor to repair it fully. But then why didn't the Dementor simply remake its bone? A fine wand for a wizard as fine as yourself, Ollivander said with a smile and handed Loki back his wand after producing a non-corporeal Patronus with it. With his wand back with him and everyone leaving, Loki moved over to Rita Skeeter. Hello, miss. Rita looked at Loki over her glasses, which were on the tip of her nose. I have to say, I don't entertain little boys. Oh, never mind then, I was just going to tell you about the evil deeds of the headmaster throughout the years. Like how he hired you know who, and well, maybe you don't want. Rita grabbed Loki's hand and immediately pulled him into a broom closet, out of everyone's sight. What were you saying again? Rita asked with a sweet smile as a parchment came to hover beside her with a self-writing quill. Loki saw all this and started speaking with a smile on his face. After a few happy minutes where only Loki's voice echoed in the room, Rita left the room with a happy smile, as if Christmas had arrived much earlier for her. Loki left the room and to his surprise he found the Gryffindor student waiting for him outside. Oh, what happened? Does someone need me? The boy quickly shook his head and gave Loki an earnest look before bowing deeply as he spoke, almost shouting, "Could you hire me for the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper as a photographer, please?" Loki frowned, unsure of what was happening, but in the end, he decided to give the boy the benefit of the doubt and walked away while talking. Well then, bring me your photographs and I'll be the judge. Bring me 2 types of pictures, one that captured something embarrassing and another that you think is your best. The boy immediately nodded and thanked Loki, but he just waved his hand as he left. Loki walked without worry towards the Quidditch pitch where the first round of the Triwizard competition was being held. He had a plan in mind. But it wasn't anything rigid. All he'd thought of was how he would distract the totem baby. Well, those people should be happy that I at least did this much. Not like I have an opportunity to win anyway when the judges will be giving me the lowest scores. Are you ready? Loki heard Hermione's voice as he neared the tent. Wow, Myone. You don't even care about me, huh? I'm hurt, Loki said, clutching his chest dramatically, causing Hermione to spare him a short glance and then ignore him as she went back to talking to Harry, who definitely looked like he needed someone's support. Loki didn't mind and walked over to Harry, patting his back softly as he said, "Nothing can happen to you. I'm sure the headmaster will step in and protect any champions that might risk death." Harry nodded, and it seemed Loki's words had helped him a bit since his tense shoulders relaxed a little. It was then that Ludo Bagman entered the champions' tent. Hello. Hello. Good morning, champions. A wonderful day, ain't it? I'm sorry, miss, you'll have to leave the tent. It's only for champions beyond this point in time. Hermione nodded, and after sparing one last look at Harry, she began walking back towards the exit. But before she left, she elbowed Loki in the ribs as she whispered, "Good luck." Loki laughed a little but didn't say anything and moved closer to Ludo Bagman since he was showing all the champions something. "Now, although I know you have prepared a lot, I'm still required to do this," Bagman said as he opened his palm to show a small model of the baby totem and its gate along with a strange golden chalice at the other end placed in a red circle. This is a baby totem, and this is the gate to the underworld that it protects. This goblet in the red circle is the chalice of victory, and it needs to be in this red circle for your round to end. Your job is simple. You've got to enter the gate to the underworld and bring out a soul with the help of the chalice, and have to place the filled chalice in the red circle to declare victory. Everyone frowned, seeing how they really had to fight the baby totem. They had all harbored hopes, some less and some more, that the baby totem was just a distraction and their real aim would be something else. Even a dragon seemed better at this point. That's about it. That's all I have to inform you about. Now we shall begin by pulling lots to decide the order in which you'll face the gate guardian totem. Bagman stored away all the miniature figurines he'd just used to show everyone the rules into a small bag on his waist as he pulled out from it 4 sticks with various lengths. The order shall be from the shortest to the longest. Now choose your sticks, Bagman said as he gripped the sticks and arranged them such that they all appeared the same size in his fist. Everyone extended their hands at the same time and picked one stick for themselves, except Loki was the fastest and the trickiest since he stole the stick Fleur was aiming for and substituted it with the remaining one. Bagman opened his palm and revealed the order. Miss Fleur Delacour will be first, followed by Mr. Victor Crumb, followed by Mr. Harry Potter, and last but not the least, our 4th champion, Mr. Loki, Ludo announced with a smile on his face. Fleur instantly scowled as she realized the stick she'd pulled out was not the one she was aiming for, and she looked at Loki. Good luck, bad luck, what can you do about it? Loki just shrugged. Fleur just shook her head and went to the infirmary bed that was set up individually for each champion in case they were brutalized during their fights. Loki however walked up to Madame Pomfrey, who was clearly very distressed and looked like she'd almost burst out in anger at any moment because of the stupidity of the competition. Why so serious, Madame Pomfrey? Loki asked as he picked up an apple to munch on while he waited for everyone else to finish. Not worried something will happen to you? Madame Pomfrey asked with her eyebrows raised as she looked at Loki with a frown. I'm not that interested in the competition. Clearly, someone wanted me dead and they're trying their best to make it look like an accident. Shouldn't that make you more worried? I mean, I'll just say I give up if something happens that's too much for me to handle. I'm sure the headmaster will never allow something to happen to his own students. Madame Pomfrey sighed and mumbled under her breath, if only the others had even a fraction of your self-preservation instinct. Any tips for me, madam? Loki asked. And why do you think I know anything about what's going on? And by the way, aren't champions not supposed to ask for help? Madame Pomfrey said, going back to checking all her materials so that she'd be ready in case anything happened. Pass me that crate. Loki walked over to a crate with several flasks of a rather warm golden shimmering fluid in it, picked it up with his wand and placed it on the table. Phoenix Flames Potion. I mean, I'll only be unburdening you if you give me tips now. Madame Pomfrey didn't respond and shooed away the shameless boy, mumbling, can't even ask me for advice softly, does he want me to announce it to everyone or something? Loki went back to his spot in the tent and sat down on his bed as he thought about the hint Madame Pomfrey had given him. Phoenix Flame Potion, so the totem uses ice attacks. But the book clearly said it used fire, and it even had that blue fiery tongue which it used to wrap around the dragon and eat. Is she just pulling my leg? Loki was confused, but he decided to trust Madame Pomfrey more than the books he'd read in the library. Maybe exiting the portal causes their abilities to flip. Like a mirror. Clockwise becomes counterclockwise. How strange. Suddenly a loud sound took the attention of all the champions. And so, let's call out our first champion. Miss Fleur Delacour. There was a thunder of claps and everyone in the infirmary was suddenly very alert to the audience that would be watching them. Fleur stood up slowly and with a soft low exhale, and exited the tent to go face the baby totem on her own. Good luck, Fleur. Loki shouted from behind, causing Fleur to almost stumble, but she managed to hold herself and walk towards the pitch with a slightly more confident smile. I did not know he had some goods in him. Maybe he's not so bad after all. But then Loki shouted, go become a loser. It's your destiny. With Fleur on the pitch, there was a lot of noise to welcome her, which slowly died down as everyone became curious as to why she was showing such a cautious expression as she looked at the baby totem that was sitting on the floor like a toddler in a diaper and staring at the gate to the underworld. But instead of going towards the totem, she picked up the golden chalice which she planned to steal the soul using. Come on, why's she being such a sissy? Is she even a champion? Boo. Taunts and jeers filled the stadium and they successfully got to Fleur since her lips morphed into a frown. But Fleur managed to retain her sanity as she slowly walked towards the gate of the underworld that the baby totem was guarding. As soon as Fleur stepped into a 10-meter radius around the baby totem, its eyes on its head turned around their sockets to all focus on her. Fleur gulped and looked at the small unassuming creature with caution as she made her way towards the gate. Screech *grek Kriya ACHH. The baby totem made slightly annoyed noises, as if trying to shoo away the girl, but Fleur kept walking and soon stood side by side with the totem. And with a single step further, she vanished into the gate. What? It was so easy. What even is the point of that little thing if it won't fight her? Is this partiality? If it was so simple, why didn't they allow people under 17 to participate? How easy. Anyone can do such a thing. I'd have just given it a clean uppercut and then a left-right jab and then a quick duck before it'd get knocked out with a punch. Not even a minute after Fleur entered the gate, everyone started to cuss at the competition judges. Professor McGonagall sat there embarrassed at the way the students of her school were behaving, but did her best not to say anything in spite of the glares she got from several students of her own house who wanted to participate and have a shot at winning the 1,000 galleons. Suddenly, attracting everyone's attention was the little 2-feet totem which **SCREAAAAACCCCHHHHEEDDDD loudly as if it had suddenly spotted the world's worst crime happening. Almost instantly, as soon as Fleur stepped out of the gate, the baby totem grew to be 20 feet tall, dwarfing Fleur and making her look like a small meal. Fleur's eyes fell on the baby totem which had now grown to dwarf her as she started to run. The eyes of the totem started to follow her almost instantly as the audience instantly fell silent, no one daring to drag the attention of the totem towards themselves. The small reddish skin that existed before was now looking bloody, as if the totem had taken a dip in the blood of its enemies as it followed Fleur. The totem lifted its leg and attempted to squash Fleur's figure underneath its foot, but Fleur was faster. She pulled out her wand and flicked it in the air. A small spherical mass emerged out of her wand and was flung all the way through the air towards the totem's head. The totem ignored it and allowed it to get closer, thinking that the small ball of darkness wouldn't be able to do anything to it, but it underestimated Fleur's plan. The ball of darkness detonated soundlessly and covered the entire head of the totem. Suddenly blinded both in sound and vision, the totem stepped randomly, creating tremors that caused Fleur to fall and tumble once or twice as it tried to escape the fog. But much to the totem's dismay, even as it shook its head vigorously, the fog followed its head around as if it was stuck to it. Just as Fleur crossed the halfway mark towards the red round mark where she had to place the chalice with the soul in it, a sudden blue fiery tongue lashed out and stopped her in her tracks. The hard rocks that had just been lashed at shattered and bombarded Fleur, but she managed to put a Protega shield between her and the rock shards. Unfortunately for her, the totem used this short delay to open its mouth wide and take a deep breath in, sucking away all the dark fog that was ruining its visibility into its tummy. Its eyes re-emerged from the darkness and locked onto Fleur once again. Fleur's body shivered, but she managed to use her skill as an assassin to perform acrobatics to jump around as the totem lashed at her using its tongue. And in a few seconds, suddenly without anyone having expected it, the totem seemed to have come up with an ingenious method to catch the slippery eel that looked to be good at escaping from its attacks as it flicked its tongue like a whip. There was a loud crack that tore through the air because of the speed of the totem's flaming tongue before it landed on the ground with a loud bang. A sudden wall of ice was erected on Fleur's path to the spot where she had to deposit the chalice. Fleur instantly became confused when she saw the ice instead of fire, since she'd prepared extensively to fight fire and not ice. But she immediately adapted to the situation as an assassin and flicked her wand again. Fleur transfigured steps out of the shattered rocks around her and began to climb over the wall of ice that had been built to encase her. Her plan was flawless until the baby totem threw a tantrum, literally. It jumped up and down in its spot, causing the entire arena to experience heavy tremors which knocked Fleur out of her railing-less staircase. She fell on the ice, and to her shock and everyone else's horror, she found herself being encased in ice as soon as he touched a little bit of it. But showing her determination, Fleur pulled herself up, tearing away a part of her dress sleeves and her skin as she rushed toward the ring where she dropped the chalice for the round to end. Almost as soon as Fleur placed the chalice within the ring, Several Beyonders in disguise and aurors emerged from everywhere around the area and stormed into the stage. The soul in the chalice was immediately exhumed by the Beyonder Loki had seen earlier at the grounds a while back as he walked to the baby totem and handed it over, causing the furious baby totem to become small once again as it tossed the soul in the chalice back into the gate and sat in front of it like an unassuming toddler. Except, the scenes had been imprinted into everyone's minds. They had become a sort of traumatic memory that kept them quiet before erupting into loud cheers that were heard even by the participants in their rooms inside the temporary tent. I guess Fleur finished her round, Loki thought while looking at his pocket watch. Fleur stepped into the tent and was almost immediately dragged into her space to apply several healing salves behind closed curtains. How did they even think this was safe? Asterisk at asterisk hash and hash asterisk at. Not minding Madame Pomfrey's colorful language, everyone relaxed after Fleur had entered the tent since it meant that the task was at least possible to complete. While Crumb and Harry were trying to peer outside to have a glimpse of the crowd waiting for them, Loki was wondering about the rough plan he'd come up with in the last couple of minutes. Will that really work though? It's worth a try. Can we get a final round of applause for our last champion Fleur Delacour? Ludo Bagman shouted outside, earning the cheers and claps of all the students in the crowd. Now please welcome our second champion. Someone who you all know is the greatest seeker in the history of international Quidditch. From the Drumstrang School, Victor Crumb. There were loud claps once again since everyone was plenty eager to watch just how the next champion would surpass the challenges that Fleur had just solved. Victor got up from his bed and shadow boxed for a few seconds before jumping a little to pump himself as he walked towards the exit of the tent. Crumb picked up the chalice and the crowd fell silent and allowed him to walk, with his wand drawn, towards the gate of the underworld that the baby totem was protecting. Crumb was much less afraid of the totem than Fleur was, and it was apparent from his wide confident stride. He walked to the gate and without even looking at the totem and jumped into it, disregarding any grunting noises it produced during that time. And within seconds, Crumb returned from inside it with a soul in the chalice. The baby totem instantly shrieked and screeched before snapping to its 20 feet tall frame as it stomped towards Crumb to squish him like a bug. Crumb did not dodge like Fleur did, instead, he flicked his wand towards the ground and caused an overgrowth of chains to be transfigured out of it in the form of a fountain of snakes. The tight metallic snakes shimmered under the late morning sun as they slithered around the totem giant that was struggling to escape from the wide net that had been cast over it. Crumb, however, did not stop there. He flicked his wand once more and caused a large rock to be transfigured into a fisherman's net. The net was lifted and wrapped around the totem like a present. And it was a good thing that Crumb did it, since almost immediately when the totem realized it couldn't easily escape from the chains, it grew smaller in size to escape the chains but became entangled in the net. Crumb did not waste a moment more. He ran as fast as he could towards the circle and rushed to place his chalice on it, but with his back turned towards the totem, but he underestimated it. The totem suddenly grew gigantic, over 70 feet tall, snapping everything that was placed on it. Almost immediately, the totem unleashed its tongue like a whip that snapped through the air, creating a boom which sent everyone's robes puffing. Some even held their ears in pain because of the loud sound. The fiery tongue landed right on Crumb, wrapping around him like it was a self-tying knot. In front of everyone, Crumb started to freeze almost instantly, but before he could be encased into ice, the chalice flew from his hand and landed in the circle it was supposed to go into. There were cheers, but not as loud as when Fleur did it, since most were worried if Crumb was dead or still alive while encased in ice. The match had ended and the Beyonder contracted to the gate guardian totem walked over and helped free Crumb, who was defrosted quickly before being carried to the tent in a stretcher since his body had gone into shock and wasn't moving. The process finished quickly since no one was interested in watching a bunch of old men squirming around. And that was our second champion, Victor Crumb. A round of applause for that performance please. Bagman shouted, getting up the hype and distracting the crowd from the fact that Crumb was injured or even dead. Loki and Harry watched Crumb come into the tent on the stretcher and being taken away by Madame Pomfrey, who was even angrier and shrugged. While Harry felt scared that he could be the next person in such a situation, Loki was calmly sipping on tea he'd stolen from Madame Pomfrey's flask. And now, for the long-awaited champion from Hogwarts. Give it up for Harry Potter. Everyone. And the crowd went wild. Harry's already trembling figure became even more nervous as he stepped out of the tent and took in the full blow of the crowd outside. It felt like the sun was prickling his skin, and the baby totem, whose eyes were all around its head, was waiting for him to die so that his soul could be trapped behind the gate as well. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Harry walked up to the Quidditch field. "Come on, Harry. You can do it," Fred and George shouted over the crowd, giving Harry the much-needed confidence he was missing. Like the rest of the champions, Harry first went to the chalice and picked it up. But unlike those that had performed till now, he didn't immediately go to the gate the totem was protecting. Instead, he immediately raised his wand and shouted, "Accio Firebolt." Under the piercing gazes of everyone in the crowd, Harry kept his hand raised and his focus on his broom. Even though he felt like it was something embarrassing and that his broom would never reach him, Harry kept his focus firm on the broom, doing as he had done when he was training with Hermione. What is he doing? Did his spell fail? They should have never let him participate. He's too young. But defying all odds was the sudden whistling sound that pierced through the air as a broom moved at its fastest speed while flying towards Harry. Looking at the broom flying towards him, Harry's face broke into a smile and he hopped on it mid-flight. Without stopping his broom, Harry dove right into the gate, flying past the baby totem. And not even moments later, Harry broke back out of the gate. Flying at breakneck speed, whizzing past the baby totem, which couldn't stop him fast enough. The totem tried to wrap its fiery tongue around Harry and pull him off of the broom along with the chalice, but Harry noticed the attempt and ducked just in time to avoid freezing over like Crumb. Placing the chalice in its spot, Harry stopped his fight and hovered. There was a smile of relief plastered on his lips, and the sounds that he'd blocked away till now came back. And all he could hear was the cheers of everyone around him. That was a fantastic performance. The fastest to steal from the gate guardian totem amongst all the champions present. Truly ingenious, using a broom. Is Victor Crumb watching? Harry went back to the tent with a smile, satisfied with his performance as he nodded to Loki, who was up next. Good luck. Seems like you were the best. Good job, Loki said with a smile as he patted Harry's shoulder. Thanks. As Loki and Harry talked, however, a sudden underlying silence was amplified in the crowd outside. No one noticed this silence other than a single person, Dumbledore. In the center of the pitch that was visible to everyone, an old man suddenly found himself as he looked all around the crowd, scanning it for someone in particular. The crowd ignored him as if it wasn't even visible and continued discussing the things the last champion had in store for them. They wondered if Loki would do something out of the box like Harry, or something clever like Crumb, or go for it, head-to-head like Fleur. But Dumbledore's hands trembled as he gripped his Elder Wand tight. The man looked around in confusion for a few seconds until he spotted Dumbledore. He smiled as his heterochromatic eyes locked with Dumbledore's. And then he teleported to his side soundlessly. No one spoke a word. Not even as the man transfigured dust into a chair to sit beside Dumbledore. Everyone remained busy in their excitement, but Dumbledore felt a little tense. Why are you here, Gellert? Loki stepped out of the tent and calmly reached the center of the pitch where he had to be for the round to start. He patiently looked around at the entire crowd that was similarly looking and analyzing him. Eventually, his gaze landed on the judges and even on the man who was sitting beside Dumbledore. Loki's eyes widened for a fraction of a second before he ignored them all. When Loki spotted Ludo Bagman giving him the signal to go, he moved towards the chalice like all the other participants. But unlike them, Loki didn't pick up the chalice directly. Instead, Loki transfigured a few stones into a long thin fishing line which he tied around the chalice. Then without delay, Loki tapped the chalice with his wand and used a simple charm, Geminio. Under the gazes of all those present, the chalice suddenly started to duplicate into tens of hundreds as Loki poured more and more of his spirituality into the spell, creating a lot of copies of the chalice such that it filled the entire area. The baby totem looked at the chalices when a few of them touched him, but it went back to ignoring all of them as they did nothing other than touch it. Loki then flicked his wand, lifting all the fishing lines tied to the chalices and grabbed them out of the air, creating a thick bundle of wires in his hand. With a flick of his wand next, Loki levitated all the chalices towards the gate and tossed them into its ethereal membrane. Loki then pulled out his pocket watch and after exactly 20 seconds flicked his wand again. As if listening to his command, the fishing lines all drew taut before the chalices barreled out of the gate. But before the baby totem could react or do much else, Loki flicked his wand and caused all the duplicated chalices to suddenly vanish. Now normally this would have been alright and not done anything to the baby totem, except most of the chalices that were pulled contained souls in them. So as soon as the souls were set free, the baby totem grew exponentially in size while screaming like the sun had risen too early until it was large enough to capture the souls that had escaped from its gate, which was quite big, counting how the baby totem seemed to want to capture all the souls using its hands and push them back into the tiny gate. Loki calmly pulled the chalice that was connected to the single fishing line in his hand. In under 10 seconds, Loki had the original chalice in his hand and placed it inside the circle that would end the test. But Loki didn't stop there. Loki waved his wand and produced a corporeal patronus of an owl, and used it to help the baby totem collect all the souls that had escaped. The souls were collected in 30 more seconds and the large gate guardian totem happily reduced its size until it became a baby totem and sat in front of the gate, continuing to stare at it like it was before. The entire stadium was left with only a collective silence that was stunned by Loki's methods. That was when Bagman shouted and increased the simmering hype underneath all the shock and calm from the audience. What a fantabulous trick! While all the other champions tried their best to fight the gate guardian totem, our champion Loki finished the task in under 2 minutes by tricking the totem with several souls. How ingenious! Ludo Bagman added with his commentary. The entire audience burst into an excited round of applause as Loki bowed deeply to the audience and left the pitch, walking back to his tent. Madame Pomfrey immediately pulled him into his section of the tent and pulled over the curtains as she began to examine him fully. How reckless! You could have aggravated the gate guardian totem. How could you do such a thing? Loki only laughed as he stretched his hands and exclaimed, "I'm unhurt, aren't I? I even helped the baby totem gain back the souls that escaped. I'm probably the only one it likes." Madame Pomfrey's lips thinned into an angry smile as she mimicked Loki's tone and teased him, "I'm unhurt, oh no, even after trying to do such a risky thing that could anger something that could crush me like a bug, I'm unhurt. Wah wah wah, I'll make sure you never leave the hospital ward if you try to be so reckless once again." Loki smiled while sinking into his bed and relaxed as Madame Pomfrey turned around and left to tend to the other champions. The HELLL. Seriously. That was risky. What about the Dark Lord that's literally watching the competition right now? Is he normal? That was Gellert Grindelwald, right? Why was he there? And why aren't other people surprised by his presence? I almost fumbled when I looked at him earlier. What's his deal anyway? Did he get bored of his room in Newmangard and take a stroll to watch a once-in-a-century competition or something? It wasn't long after that short outburst from Madame Pomfrey that Loki heard an announcement from Ludo Bagman. Now that the rounds have finished and each champion has achieved the goal in their own way, I call upon them to be scored by our infam judges. Let's face it, even if don't like it, this is a tournament and there have to be winners and losers. Loki stood up from his bed and walked out of his curtains at the same time that the other champions also did. Everyone in the room locked eyes with each other and burst out laughing. That was fun, wasn't it? Loki asked for everyone and they all nodded. With the adrenaline wearing off, everyone had accommodating smiles on their faces as they made their way out of the tent. Fleur's ice burns had almost vanished, Crumb's swelling had reduced, and Harry was much more relaxed than he was a few minutes ago. The two out-of-school champions looked at Harry and Loki in envy since they hadn't gotten hurt, with Crumb making the first comment as they left the tent. "Phew, I'm almost jealous how you managed to come out of it without hurting yourselves. You guys deserve to win." While Fleur just rolled her eyes when she saw Loki giving her a smug smile. "Fine. I lose this time. You can have this victory. I'll win next time though." "Haha, as if. That's what you say every time you lose, Fleur." Loki laughed as they finally arrived at the pitch that was now clear of the gate to the underworld, the baby totem and the soul-capturing chalice. Under the gaze of the judges, everyone stood calmly with confidence before Ludo Bagman started the scoring round. Let's begin with Miss Fleur. She was the first champion to step into the fray and was the third most successful champion. What do the judges think about this? Madame Maxime was first to go as she waved her wand and caused a silver satin ribbon to shoot out in the shape of a 10. "I think she deserves the best because she was the first," she said, justifying her score. Karkaroff was next and he shot a dark mist that coalesced into an 8. "She got hurt," was all he said to justify his score. Dumbledore went next and placed his wand in the air, shooting out a beam of light that bent to form a 9. "She was fantastic," Dumbledore praised, but everyone could hear that his voice was strained, but without being able to spot the real reason for it, they just chalked it up to his old age. Ludo Bagman just raised a piece of cardboard that read 9 as he praised Fleur for her quick thinking and action. Barty Crouch raised his wand and transfigured the table in front of him into a large 8 while simply nodding without much emotion. "Finally, we have all the scores and Miss Fleur's score is 44. Crumb's score was 38, with Karkaroff giving him a 10 since he believed Crumb had gotten encased in ice after he placed the chalice in the ring, for which he shouldn't be docked points as it was out of his control. Harry's score was 45, with Karkaroff only giving him a 5 since he felt that Harry had taken external help when he summoned the broomstick. Nonetheless, Crumb was a little embarrassed at the blatant favoritism. And when it was Loki's turn, the entire audience rebelled when he was only given 25 points, because of what he'd suggested previously in secret at their meeting with all the headmasters after his name was picked from the Goblet of Fire. So the standings currently were: Harry in the first place with 45 points, Fleur in the second with 44, Crumb in the third with 38 and Loki in the last spot since he had only 25 points. Karkaroff was unhappy with his prominent frown, but everyone else seemed alright and all the champions soon returned to the tent under Madame Pomfrey's orders. Having been allowed to leave by Madame Pomfrey, Loki didn't immediately rush to the Slytherin common room where he was half sure everyone was waiting to congratulate him. Instead, he walked up to a cubicle in the lavatory and pulled out the Marauders map. Loki's eyes searched around for Barty Crouch, and to his surprise, there was one Barty Crouch in Dumbledore's office while another was walking into Moody's office. There was another name that caught Loki's attention in Dumbledore's office, but he ignored it for now for the stability of his sanity. 2. Did someone know that the Marauders map existed and changed their name to hide themselves? But why would the Death Eater in Moody's office disguise himself as Barty Crouch? That's probably not it. There has to be some other strange reason why two Barty Crouch are roaming around. Maybe I can look into the newspapers in the library later. Yeah, I'll do that. But as soon as Loki was about to close the map, his eyes suddenly fell on the same unassuming name that was written on the map and was inside Dumbledore's office, something he'd ignored just a few seconds prior. Gellert Grindelwald. Why would he be here? The gears on Loki's brain turned around a little until he suddenly came up with a theory, something regarding you-know-who. Loki did not look into it any further as he calmly folded the map and went back to his dorm quietly, since he didn't know how strong Grindelwald was or even what pathway he was from. The Slytherin common room was quieter than he'd expected, with students sipping on butterbeer like they were a professional sommelier. Astoria was the only one who cheered irrespective of the gazes the other students gave her. Malfoy also came up to him and congratulated him in front of everyone for doing better than Potter, but Loki didn't take any of it at face value and just politely thanked him before telling everyone he needed to rest since he was a little tired. The rest of the day passed by without any more surprises, and Loki spent it sleeping in his bed reading random books and planning random things for the future of Arcadia Royale. After dinner, Loki slipped into the library when it was closed and searched through newspapers for any information relating to Barty Crouch. There's just this one incident where his son was sent to Azkaban when he was ousted as a Death Eater, that could be related. But is it seriously him? Did the father help the son escape from Azkaban? But then didn't the Dementors report it to anyone? Loki frowned while holding the newspaper, looking at the picture of the man who was being held back by the Aurors in the court so that he wouldn't attack his own father. So the son's pretending to be Moody. He's the Death Eater that put my name into the Goblet of Fire under the order of you-know-who. What a strange family, one's a staunch supporter of the light while the other prefers the darkness that swallows it. Wait a second, did he use my confounding item to confound the Goblet of Fire into taking my name? And, Adam, allowed it to happen. Seriously. Loki's frown deepened. I don't like this. Sigh. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do for now, except prepare for the situation so that when something eventually happens I can take care of myself and at least a few of those around me. Should I wake her up? Satisfied with the new information he'd figured out, Loki used the moving staircases to go to the 7th floor. Just as he was about to open the room of conveniences, he found someone else stranded in the corridor talking to a ghost by the window. The two people turned around and looked at Loki. One with her moony eyes and a small smile while the other with sharp eyes and a firm gaze. Loki, Luna said with a soft airy smile while looking right at him. You're here. Did the Nargles cause you to leave your common room too? Loki frowned. Did someone bully you out of your room? In the middle of the night? Why? Luna remained silent as she turned away to look out of the window with a smile. Loki walked up to the two of them and politely greeted the Grey Lady who seemed to have become annoyed with his presence. Good evening, Miss Ravenclaw. As the three people stared at the beautiful moonlit scenery out of the window, Loki was the first to break the silence. Which founder is your favorite, Luna? Luna looked at Loki with her perpetually surprised expression as she spoke in an airy tone. I don't have any favorite people, only favorite things that I let control my life. Like my favorite Nargles. They give me the opportunity to explore the castle during the night. Loki paused for a moment trying to decode what Luna had said before rephrasing his question. Is there some action that a founder performed that you liked? Ah, that would be Rowena Ravenclaw's quote, "Would beyond measure is a man's greatest treasure." She said that. Loki asked, but his question was more directed towards the ghost lady floating around them. Luna, noticing this, remained silent. Quote. She did. She used to say it all the time. Even when she was dying. Did she come up with it? Loki asked with some confusion. No. Mother used to say a man beat it into her. Quote. Loki was stunned into silence. Seriously? Loki frowned as he asked, it's a little hard to believe that someone could beat anything into her. Luna on the side nodded too, since this was the first time she'd heard anything about this. As Loki and Luna looked at the Grey Lady with earnest expressions, she frowned for a second before sighing and explaining further, I don't know who it was. But all the founders seemed to respect him quite a bit. Loki's mind suddenly clicked and he immediately recognized who it was, but Luna didn't know better, so she asked, was he a Beander too? Helena nodded. He probably was. I don't know much about him. All of them used to look up to him, whoever he was. I see, Luna said calmly before going back to looking at the Forbidden Forest. All of a sudden, Luna looked like she'd seen something in the air before she said, I'm sorry. I will have to skip our Nargle and Riddles party. I just saw some Nargles and want to capture a few of them. Wait, capture what? Luna left after whispering something to Helena, but Loki paid no attention to their gossip since he was thinking if he would do something that had just come up in his mind. With Luna leaving, Helena was about to leave, but she was stopped by Loki's soft voice. I can revive your mother, Loki said, trying to give Helena an offer without revealing much about his ways or what he knew. But it did have the intended effect, since Helena stopped floating away and spoke without turning around. It's not good to joke around. I'm not really joking around. If I could I would prove it to you. Loki said, and Helena immediately retorted. Then swear it by our laws. What do you want me to do? Notarize a contract and sign it? Loki asked with a slight laugh. But Helena kept staring at him like he owed her something, so he stopped laughing for a second. You're serious? And Helena's silence was a clear answer. So Loki did the next best thing. What about doing a ritual that uses the sun god as a witness? That good enough? Helena's eyes widened, but since there could be no better and more thorough method, she nodded and said, I will believe you if you do that, but only trust you if you earn it. Loki looked into her firm eyes for a few seconds before nodding. I understand. I wouldn't trust a random person who could resurrect dead people too. Setting up an altar in the corridor as Helena kept watch to warn him if there was someone else there, Loki was done in a few seconds. Then quickly setting up a wall of spirituality around himself and Helena, Loki knelt on the stone floor in front of the altar as he lit up all the candles with his spirituality. Before he could begin, Helena called out, the eternal blazing sun is her, not him. Loki froze at the sudden new information but calmed down and continued with the ritual. I pray for the power of notarization. I pray for the power of purification. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray for goddess's great powers to notarize a promise between me and Helena. Morning dew, a herb that belongs to the sun, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Sunflower, a fragrance that belongs to the light, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Loki remained kneeling on the floor for a few seconds with his eyes closed while Helena assumed her physical form and knelt beside Loki. All of a sudden, a bright light descended into the area cordoned off by a wall of spirituality. The light brought with it the feeling of warmth and joy. Loki felt like his constitution was getting stronger simply by being in the light's presence. Helena brought him out of his reverie as she elbowed him to begin speaking his terms. I, Loki, promise under the light of the eternal blazing sun that I have a way to awaken Rowena Ravenclaw if I find her most precious item without being cheated about it. Helena's gaze at Loki sharpened when he said that since it revealed Loki's prerequisite for her, he really just wanted her to find and give to him the item his mother held most precious. So she did believe him a little but still stayed calm and helped to finish the ritual by stating her terms that she had added to feel more secure about going through with helping Loki while also testing to see if he was like the last person that betrayed her with a similar promise. I, Helena Ravenclaw, promise under the light of the eternal blazing sun that I will direct Loki to where my mother's most precious item is hidden once he completes this ritual without suffering any drawbacks and finishes a task I assigned to him. Loki frowned. How did I get roped into fulfilling a task for her to revive her mother? Am I being swindled here? The heck? Loki looked at Helena, but seeing her focused he assumed that this task was probably related to finding this item that was close to Rowena Ravenclaw. Loki then waited for a few seconds, but seeing nothing happening he wondered if something had gone wrong, but then he suddenly said, I agree to all of Helena's stated conditions as long as they aren't stretched too thin. Helena nodded and repeated after him, I agree to all of Loki's stated conditions as long as they aren't outrageous. Suddenly the light that was hovering above the altar brightened as Loki felt it turn more real, as the heat inside the wall of spirituality turned so high that Loki could smell his hair burn. The light split apart into two and dropped onto Loki and Helena's bodies, melding into them and flowing through their veins and turning in their heart where it formed chains around their wills. Loki felt like he had just been bound by an inexplicable force that would have a full handle on his very existence because he had let it happen. Loki found that the process was not as excruciating as he had expected it to be, but he could still feel that his body temperature had gone up slightly. The light then vanished and the ritual ended. It wasn't ideal, but Loki was worried about not being able to save himself given how strong his enemies were. Ideally, I would have liked to be strong enough to defend myself. But I'm weak. Very weak compared to all of them. Even if I was just a sequence 4 parasite, I wouldn't have had to do such things to save myself. Loki blew out the candles and stood up calmly, looking at Helena, who had already become a ghost wraith once again. So you agree? Helena stared at Loki but said nothing for a few seconds before whispering her next words. I want you to get me the Beander characteristics of a sequence to ancient bane. Loki's body froze as he slowly turned to look Helena in the eye with a wry smile. You're not serious about that, are you? That's basically impossible. Helena calmly stated, I'm only asking for an equally valuable compensation. Nothing exaggerated. If you can't help me with this, that means whatever you want to do is currently entirely beyond you. Loki frowned. His face took unkindly to Helena's words. Are you serious? Keeping aside the fact that you're asking me for compensation to help awaken your mother, I would need to fight an angel to get your Beander characteristics. How do you expect me to come across one, let alone fight one after I come across them? Helena looked at Loki and said, I shall help you to come in contact with the Beander characteristics. It will be relatively safe since it currently does not belong to an angel. And I sense a but there. What's the catch? But it's guarded by a true god. Loki's mouth, mood and intelligence fell. Are you serious? Loki asked, walking closer to Helena, trying to see if her head had some holes that he did not know about. Perhaps something she didn't know about had influenced her words. Maybe the fool lowered her intelligence a little bit. Helena floated a little away and spoke calmly. My interference would make the fight harder for you. Believe me. And the true god is currently not in his peak. He is currently only a king of angels. He is the chained god. I can't tell you more than that though, it is for your own good. Loki wanted to argue but couldn't. How am I supposed to argue with, trust me bro, logic? The hell? And not telling me for my own good. What is this? An outer god? Did she corrupt the chained god in this world too? But why is the daughter of the true god of Hermit Pathway a Beander of the chained pathway anyway? Shouldn't she have been born as Hermit Pathway Beander from the excess characteristics of Rowena? But then a crazy idea sprouted in Loki's mind. So are the chained god and Helena related? But that's not the important question right now. Instead I should be asking, how will you get me to come in contact with the Beander characteristics? Helena shook her head. The less you know about how I will make that happen, the better it is for you. All you need to do is let me know when you're ready and I'll help you then. Loki frowned. His thoughts ran a million miles a minute, thinking about all the things that could make such a thing possible, the quill of Alzuhad. But then Helena spoke again. Given how you know about true gods and king of angels, it is safe to assume you know it is wrong to even gaze upon a god's figure. Loki nodded. So you don't need to worry about going mad because you set your sights upon a god. I will give you an item that will allow you to see, in spite of being blind. Loki nodded again. So do you agree? Loki thought about it for a while and eventually with a resigned sigh Loki spoke, give me a bit of time. I want to make sure I'm not bullshitting myself or something. Helena nodded and spoke calmly. I will let you decide if you want to do it or not for a month. Any longer than that and it'll have become meaningless. Meet me right here, at the same time before the month has passed. I shall wait here. Helena floated away and passed through a wall to prevent Loki from following her. Loki pulled out his pocket watch and noted the time, 12:05. How lucky, that means we performed the ritual at exactly midnight. That's like the exact opposite time of the strongest the sun is. Hopefully, I didn't irritate Goddess because of this. And who'd have thought the eternal blazing sun's a woman? With everyone on the 7th floor gone, Loki moved to open the room of conveniences, entered it and sat down at the desk. He pulled out several papers and pens from his satchel since he had preliminary ideas about the ritual he wanted to perform to make his first unique spell. Loki spent a lot of his time devising such a ritual, consulting Nicholas's book when he was stuck about something and making an experimental charm by combining the powers of two deities when he was bored. It can't be that hard to make such a charm, can it? I mean, if I can't even make a charm that will be powered by two gods, how will I make a ritual or spell that will involve multiple? Eventually, Loki became bored of working constantly, so he entered the Saphira castle. That task given to me by Helena Ravenclaw holds extreme danger for me. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and opened his eyes in cogitation. The pendulum turned clockwise and it was comparatively fast. Significant danger. Why would I agree to this? I still have a month to decide, but I very much feel like I want to ignore this. Loki exited the Saphira castle and fell asleep from mental exhaustion. He woke up in time for classes since he had enough energy now as a sequence 6 that he didn't need much sleep. But the choice he was given was still taking a toll on him mentally. With the drive of a fool, Loki waited at the edge of the Black Lake for someone to arrive. While he did, he thought back to the time in the Transfiguration class today morning. "Listen to me," Professor McGonagall said as she raised her voice and shouted over the students who were sitting around the benches that had been arranged on the sides of the classroom. As expected of an ancient competition like the Triwizard Tournament, it has its own traditions and customs. As such, it is customary to have an opening ball at Yule where students with their pairs participate in a dance. The crowd of students got rowdy almost immediately, with some even whistling. Loki was confused about why the tradition was held but kept quiet nonetheless and paid attention to McGonagall, who was clearly a little embarrassed to speak about such things. "The champions will open the ball with their partners and I expect each of you to find one," McGonagall said, looking at an embarrassed and panicked Harry and a calm Loki who just nodded with a smile. Several girls looked in the direction of both the boys, hoping to be chosen to be the queen of the night. The rest of the class was spent with Professor McGonagall describing the dress codes and expected behaviors from the students. She did her best and explained without seeming too strict so that the students wouldn't try to rebel, while also maintaining tension so that the students wouldn't stray too much. Several girls rushed towards Loki and Harry after the class, trying to ask them for a date. And while Harry ran for his life, Loki calmly explained, "I'm sorry, I already have a date for the night." The girls' mood sank, but they immediately flipped the switch and changed when another girl cleverly asked, "Who's she?" Loki smiled, "Wouldn't you like to know? But I'm sorry, she's chosen to keep it a secret for now," and walked away, leaving all the girls to their dreams. As Loki walked away, he lightly shook his head. "Already have a date? More like I hope I don't get rejected by her. She's been helping me from the moment I met her with something or another." In place of the only obvious choice, had she had been studying at Hogwarts right now, "I have to ask my own, it feels like the right choice to make. I'm sure Elaine would understand that I can't dance with her here." The familiar crunch of stepping on stones brought Loki out of his thoughts as he looked at the girl who'd arrived because he'd called her. "What happened, Loki? Why'd you call me here?" Daphne asked with a slight smile. Loki looked at her with a frustrated smile and said, "Don't you already know?" Daphne bit her knuckles to control her laughter and then nodded. "Yeah, I know, I can see how red your face is. So do you want me to answer? Why are you making it so weird, like I'm asking you to do something uncouth?" "Haha, I can't help it. Who'd have thought the great Loki, the 4th champion of the Triwizard Tournament, would ask me for help?" Loki sighed and shook his head. "I dunno, Daphne, so what's your answer?" "Yeah, fine, I'll help you. I'm just afraid of Tori doing something to sabotage this ship before it sails." "Don't remind me about it. You don't know how hard it was to convince her." Loki sighed, knowing Astoria could be a bit too much sometimes, but he shook his head and looked at Daphne anyway. "So how are we going to do this?" In another part of the castle, Hermione left the library and walked to a window with her books. The fresh air was something she desperately needed after having to listen to the hurdle of girls giggling and gaggling over which boy they'd go out with to the Yule ball. Sigh, how is this more important to them than improving their skills? There's so much danger lurking everywhere. I hope Ethan has gotten a grip on those smuggled items so nothing too bad has happened. Hermione froze in her tracks as her sights fell on the scene outside the window facing the Black Lake. Her legs wordlessly brought her closer to the window as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. He's going with Daphne. Haha, I guess he finally realized Daph had a little crush on him. I was tired of his density. But still, bloody hell. Hermione had gotten so happy seeing Daphne and Loki together that she almost jumped onto her tippy toes to look at the scene from a little closer, no matter how insignificant it was. Hermione turned around and quickly walked away. Her face had taken on a small pout as she walked towards the Great Hall for lunch with some dissatisfaction because she couldn't spy on their conversation even though she could see they were talking about something secretive. HMPF. The next time he asks me for some help with an article in the newspaper, I'll kick him to go to Daphne if he doesn't tell me that he decided to take her to the ball instead before he reveals it during the Yule ball night. Idiot. Munching elegantly, Hermione casually ate a little lunch, though her lunch was cut short when she heard Harry and Ron's conversation. "Who are we going to go to the ball with?" Ron asked Harry with a panicked look. Harry shrugged, not knowing, but then his eyes fell on Hermione. "Maybe her." Ron immediately interrupted. "Her? Seriously, Harry? People will think we lean the other way if one of us goes out with her." Hermione's straight face immediately turned into a frown. She picked up the book she was holding and even without hitting Ron walked away from her lunch, preferring to go to the calm of the Gryffindor common room where she assumed no one would disturb her. As she walked away, Hermione heard Harry whisper to Ron, "I think you angered Mio. It's not like I was lying, and what is she gonna do? She doesn't even have any other friends." Hermione frowned and a tear threatened to break out of her eyes. "Did Loki also think about me like this? Is that why he chose Daphne over me? Am I that ugly? I'll punch him the next time I see him before asking him about it." As Hermione climbed the stairs back to the common room, she was stopped in her tracks by a boy when she bumped into his shoulder and dropped her books. "Ah, I'm sorry." Hermione immediately bent low and hid her face behind her hair as she picked up everything that had fallen down. She took great care to make sure that her ink bottle didn't spill on anything. "Oh, Hermione," the boy said as he ducked down to help Hermione pick up her books. Hermione looked up a little startled by the way her name was pronounced but became surprised when she saw the boy looking at her with a smile. "Victor Krum. Why's he here near the Gryffindor common room? I thought they stayed in their boat all day. I was looking for you," Krum said with a smile. "Huh, me? WH. Would you like to be my partner for the Yule ball?" he asked with a little embarrassment. Hermione's eyes widened and she suddenly felt stunned. The books in her hand slipped out once again and were about to crash into the floor, but Krum, in a remarkable display of reflexes, caught them. "Ah!" Hermione shouted, a little startled, causing Krum to look at her with confusion and worry. "Are you all right, Hermione?" Krum asked while handing back the books he was holding. Yes, I mean I'm all right." Hermione took the books from Krum's hand and started to walk away, but his words caused her to freeze. "And the ball? Can I take that as a yes too?" Frozen in her steps, Hermione was about to shake her head, but then she remembered Loki, Ron and Harry. So she nodded. Krum smiled and Hermione rushed away from the place after giving her answer. Meanwhile, under the tree, Daphne spoke, "So that's all you'll have to do and she'll say yes." Loki looked at Daphne with a confused expression. "Are you sure all this is necessary?" Daphne frowned. "Are you sure? How can't I be sure? This is how nobles court each other." Loki looked at the ridiculous setup Daphne had suggested he create and became confused. Will Hermione really care if there are exactly 22 roses in the bouquet? And does she really need a ring? Isn't that for when things get serious? I mean, I know other girls might compare if their partners gave them something, but a ring? Really? No. Elaine is the only one that deserves a ring from me. Loki looked at all the arrangements he'd made according to Daphne's suggestions. The preparations had been kept a secret from Hermione by Loki and Daphne under the cover of something to do with a new comic being serialized in the newspaper. However, they also hadn't realized that Hermione had already seen them planning something and was under the misconception that Loki was going to the ball with Daphne. Loki had rented the classroom from Professor Snape by lying to him and telling him that it was going to be for dueling practice between Daphne and Loki. But the classroom looked quite unlike any room a person would use to duel in. It had regal velvety deep rose pink curtains, a chandelier, a candlelight table with food borrowed from the kitchens and a small bouquet of fragrant roses. There was also a full-length thin mirror whose border was decorated with roses. Loki was holding a ring in his hands as Daphne was examining him and the suit he was wearing underneath his robes. "Are you sure black is a good color for this? I personally think neon pink would suit me. Even before Loki could finish the sentence, Daphne flicked her wand and caused Loki's mouth to be transfigured shut. Loki whined in discomfort and Daphne ignored him, opting to fix his bow tie. Once she was done with it and found everything to be perfect, Daphne nodded and flicked her wand once again, freeing Loki from silence. Good. You look decent. Daphne nodded. When's Hermione coming here again? I called her to meet me about the newspaper as you said. Loki said, pulling out his pocket watch and looking at the time. I told her to come here in another 30 minutes. Daphne nodded and then looked right into Loki's eyes. I don't think you need to do anything else. Everything's ready and done. I hope you don't mess this up. Loki nodded and with a soft smile he said, thanks for helping me out, Daphne. I don't know how I would have done all this without your help. Who knew you were a little girl like your sister at heart? Daphne glared at him and then turned around, walking away from the classroom wordlessly. Before she left, however, she dropped a good luck. With nothing to do but wait, Loki sat down on a cushioned chair that he'd transfigured earlier for Hermione and himself to sit on and dine. Loki contemplated how things would go from here on out and rehearsed the dialogues Daphne had written for him several times as he waited. He paced around the room several times to drown out his nervousness and pumped himself up to appear confident. Knock knock. Loki heard the knock on the door and froze before arranging his bow tie a little since he felt Daphne had put it on too tight. After which he walked towards the door and opened it softly without allowing it to creak. My own. Loki greeted the girl still in her uniform with a little excitement. Yeah, hello Loki. Hermione's words failed to leave her mouth as she spotted Loki fully dressed in the beautifully arranged room behind him. Loki moved aside to invite Hermione into the room and pulled her in while gently grasping her hand. Come on in. Hermione's mouth opened and closed like a fish as she finally broke out of her shock and asked, what's this? Ah, just something for a special someone. Loki said cryptically, but it had an unintended side effect in Hermione's mind. It's for Daphne. He truly loves her to go to such extents for her, doesn't he? But how did he hide it so well? I mean, isn't he usually the type to spill his secrets since he doesn't even think before he speaks? Hermione suddenly felt like she'd swallowed a stone. Why does he want to show me all this? To flaunt that he's no longer single. I mean, I get I'm not a looker, but sigh, whatever, let's get this done with. I heard people go mad in love, but I guess I'll have to bear with it for Daph. Don't worry, Daph. I'll send this dense idiot to you. You want my opinion on this? Is it for your Yule ball date? Since Hermione was looking away from Loki, he couldn't catch her changing expression, so he spoke calmly with a smile. Yeah. I'm planning to take someone to the Yule ball. I was wondering if she'll like it. It's nice. I see you prepared it all in the style wizarding nobles used to court their fiancé. Hermione said with a little cringe. Daphne has that princess vibe going for her, she'll probably like it. Loki's smile widened. Of course, I did, because the person all this is for is no less than a noble princess herself. To me at least. Gosh, he's being so cheeky. Daphne, come get your husband. Is that all? 'Cause I'm a little busy. I need to leave soon. Hermione began walking towards the exit but was forced to a stop after Loki held her hand. If you like it, then why not stay a little longer? Loki asked calmly while holding her hand. Hermione became confused, but she quickly realized. Almost all of a sudden things started to click in place in her mind as she put pieces together. No way. This dense idiot. Don't tell me he asked Daphne to help in asking me for going to the ball. Is he crazy? How did Daphne even have the heart to help him after he did such a silly thing? Oh, poor Daph. I should torture him with stinging hexes. Holding back the tears that were threatening to break out of her eyes because of holding back her laughter, Hermione spoke softly to confirm if she was thinking along the right lines. Loki, won't your date be here soon? I should get leaving, or she might think something else. Ha ha ha, I mean, why shouldn't you be here? I don't want to be a third wheel, Loki. I'm sure your date will appreciate it if she's alone with you. Not with me watching. And what am I even going to do? Talk to her about books. I'm not interesting like those other girls. Hermione tried to free her hand from Loki's grip but he held on tighter. "Don't worry about being a third wheel, she's already here," Loki said, causing Hermione to deadpan and make a blank face that expressed her emotions perfectly. "I can't believe it. This idiot. Did he still not realize that Daphne liked him? Seriously. He's almost as bad as Mr. Error. God, are all men such fools? You wanna see her?" Loki asked with a wide smile as he looked at Hermione, thinking the plan he'd made with Daphne was working since he assumed that Hermione was confused about who he was talking about. Oh God. I thought these lines weren't going to work. But I can see Hermione's lips twitching. She's only playing hard to get. I'm sure she's already realized that I'm going to ask her to the ball. Hermione gulped but Loki didn't let her respond. He dragged her towards the full-length mirror in the room. "The roses smell good, I'm sure your date will love it," Hermione said with a fake smile as she noticed the border of the mirror. "Is that so?" Loki said, looking directly into Hermione's eyes in the mirror. "Well, I'm glad that you like it then, because if you like it my date will love it too." Hermione nodded with a deadpan expression as she tried her best to formulate words inside her mind to explain to Loki what was wrong. It felt tortuous to hold back her tears and keep on a smile without bursting out laughing. Hermione finally slipped away from Loki but was suddenly forced to stop when Loki spoke. "Wanna be my date to the Yule ball, my own?" Hermione's eyes widened, her lips trembled and her body froze. "This idiot." Loki laughed as he watched Hermione's shoulders tremble, thinking Hermione was just being shy. "I shall ask you again then, no matter how embarrassing it is. Would you like to be my date to the Yule ball, my own? I mean, this isn't as like a real couple, but I think you're the only other person closest to me. Apart from Elaine." Hermione turned around instantly. Her eyes narrowed as she stomped on her way to Loki before picking up the bouquet of roses and slamming Loki's chest with it. "You are an idiot." Loki became startled and looked at Hermione with worry. What happened?" Loki asked with a little frown as he wondered if something had gone wrong. "I knew it. I should have worn neon pink instead. My own. What's wrong?" Hermione's frown deepened as she heard Loki's words full of concern and then she looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Is he pulling my leg?" Meanwhile, Loki was having a mental fire truck running around trying to control his panic. "Did I do something wrong? Was it the 22 roses? I thought you were taking Daphne as your Yule ball partner," Hermione stated plainly. Loki suddenly became stunned. He didn't know what to say to this except, "No. She helped me set it all up but." Hermione rubbed her eyes by pinching the bridge of her nose and then looked at Loki with a frown and accused. "What made you think of taking me as your Yule ball partner?" "I mean, who else? I can't ask Daphne obviously, she's a noble. She'd have to reject me even if she did feel pity and want to go out with me. So I can only ask you. Since you're the only other person I know that's a girl. Well, apart from Myrtle, since I thought it'd be weird to take a ghost as your Yule ball partner." Hermione folded her hands, shook her head and then walked up to a wall where she started slamming her head on the wardrobe. Loki became confused. This is all your fault." Hermione glared at Loki, grabbing the bouquet of roses he was holding in his hands for her and beating his chest with it. But after one hit she realized she didn't want to damage the bouquet any more than its already sorry state. Loki was confused and quite possibly bamboozled, so he chose to remain quiet for a few seconds before. "I mean, are you not gonna come to the Yule ball with me?" Loki asked again. I mean, I couldn't come with you even if I wanted to." Hermione finally confessed. "Oh, even if you wanted to. So you don't want to? Why?" Hermione's eyes darted around and her face took on a slight blush, but she nodded quickly. "Because I'm going out with Crumb," Hermione whispered. She was quick and soft that if Loki had blinked at the wrong time he'd have missed it. "Crumb? Victor Crumb? Seriously? You're going to betray Hogwarts and go out with the enemy partner? How could you do this to me, my own? To my fragile heart? Oh no. What am I going to do? I got rejected by the love of my life. Hermione beat the bouquet one last time onto Loki's chest and smiled at that, but then she frowned again, which Loki noticed. Something wrong. You don't have to come with me if you already accepted Krumm's proposal. I mean, I don't mind, but I doubt it'd look good on you. Loki said calmly. Well, I was just wondering who'd you go with now. Hermione said in a low voice. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Loki said with surprise, even a little panic. Why were you so late then? Hermione asked, hitting him with the bouquet of roses once again. Late. I was preparing all this. Loki said, pointing at the entire room. How'd I know that you'd be taken so soon? HMPF. Hermione raised her chin with pride, but then she exhaled with a little trouble and asked Loki, what will you do now? Loki shrugged, I don't know. I mean, I'll just tell Professor McGonagall that I couldn't find anyone. I'm sure she'll have someone ready for me for one dance, I'm sure. Hermione glared at Loki since he was of no help as she sighed again and spoke calmly. Daphne helped you prepare all this, right? Loki nodded. I was planning to draw my proposal on the Transfiguration courtyard, but Daphne stopped me because it was crass. Hermione laughed and punched his shoulder lightly. Good thing you didn't do that. I don't know how embarrassed I would have been if you did that. Hermione said with a laugh. So why don't you ask her out? I mean, if she was busy helping you out, I'm sure she doesn't have a person to help her yet too. Hermione said, trying to bring Loki and Daphne together without spoiling anything for Loki. Loki thought for a bit before speaking his doubt with a frown, but she's a noble, would it really be alright? Especially in Slytherin, I don't think it'll be a good thing for her to do, especially since she'd find it hard to reject since we're in the same group. Hermione shook her head, leave that up to her, you know how Daph is, she keeps the image of the Greengrass family above everything else. If she feels like she has to reject you, trust me, she will. So don't think about anything stupid and go do it. Loki thought some more and nodded, yeah, she'll probably reject me easily if it actually is something that might hurt her image. Alright, you convinced me. Now I just hope that she isn't taken already. Someone seems to be taking all the good women in my life away. Loki said with a smirk as he pet Hermione. Hermione blushed at the compliment, but she quickly swatted away Loki's hand while speaking as she walked away. Tell Daphne that I told you to go ask her when you ask her out. And make sure you aren't telling her that I only rejected you. Tell it to her clearly that I asked you to go to her. Loki nodded and found himself stranded in a room that he had put a lot of effort into creating and then looked at the keys in his pocket. I guess I have to clear all of this up before handing the room keys to Professor Snape, sigh much work. Meanwhile, in the dungeons, Daphne sat down on the bed in her room with a soft sigh. Her eyes were red and stung quite a bit, but she held back the tears that were threatening to spill as she buried herself in a blanket. Was I not obvious? Daphne thought with a mental sigh. Eventually, she locked the door and walked to the bathroom to freshen herself. After she was refreshed, she looked at all the letters in the room that were from the heirs of several noble families who wanted to borrow her hand for the Yule ball. With a flick of her finger, the letters fell into the bin and were set on fire after her spirituality created a spark. She sat down beside the bin while soaking herself in the comfort of the warm fire as she watched the letters burn away one by one. Time ticked away, and within a few seconds of her watching the flames die out, she realized it was already the end of the day. I wonder what happened with Loki and Hermione. Did she accept? Well, no one would have rejected after all that effort. Single quote. I mean, I wouldn't have. Daphne left the bin and slipped back into her bed and stuffed herself under the blanket to fall asleep, except the door to her room suddenly burst open and a happy girl walked into the room with little to no effort. Sis, are you done planning whatever you were with Loki? I have news fro, Astoria asked, sitting beside Daphne, who was covered by a blanket as she quickly attempted to hide herself. Daphne rubbed her eyes on her pillow and, maintaining a calm tone, spoke slowly, I'm tired right now. Leave me alone. Astoria looked at Daphne for a few seconds before she got up from the bed. She walked to the door and was about to step out and close it. She spoke softly, I mean, all right, I won't disturb you. Loki asked me if I could ask you about attending the ball with him, but if you don't want to listen, I guess I'll just tell him N. Daphne froze under the blanket and stopped breathing. And before she knew it she shouted, "Yes." Astoria opened the door and stepped out soundlessly with a soft smile. It was only after a few minutes that Daphne felt were like hours that she pulled herself out of the cover of the blanket and emerged like a ferret with glowing eyes. Later during the week, Loki stood at the entrance of the Grand Hall along with the other champions and their partners. Fleur, dressed in a pink silk gown, was with a Ravenclaw boy dressed in formal wear. Crumb, dressed in a suit and a large winter coat, was with Hermione, who was dressed elegantly in a periwinkle blue gown. Hermione's usual bushy hair was magically straightened and her irregular teeth were all rearranged to give her a winning smile. Harry, dressed in a decent suit, was with Parvati Patil, who was dressed in a sort of traditional bright red Indian lehenga. "Where's your partner, Mr. Loki?" Professor McGonagall asked, since it was getting a little late for the champions to make their debut and officially start the celebrations. Loki was dressed in a premium royal green suit accented with golden black trimmings that appeared pinkish blue under light. His slick black hair was combed backwards and set to look thick and lustrous. He looked at the stairs connected to the Slytherin dungeons and spoke softly, "I'm sure she'll be here in a moment, Professor." McGonagall nodded and looked at the watch in her robes. "We have 5 more minutes." Loki nodded. And just as he blinked, a girl dressed in an exquisite dress robe made of a silky smooth green embroidered material stepped onto the stairs, capturing the attention of all the champions and their partners waiting by the door. Loki felt like he was blown away by how Daphne looked, and so were everyone else. Professor McGonagall was especially happy since Daphne hadn't copied the other girls who'd let their hair down but had worn it in an elegant knot on the back of her head. Daphne walked over to Loki elegantly and looked at him expectantly. "I don't think I have any words to describe how beautiful you look." Loki complimented. "I know a few. Which one would you like to choose?" "Gorgeous, elegant, stunning, picturesque," Daphne retorted with a faint smile that she did her best to keep hidden. Daphne's eyes matched with Hermione's for a second as they imperceptibly nodded to each other before. "Ahem." Professor McGonagall coughed and grabbed everyone's attention, but not before Daphne whispered to Loki, "You look almost as pretty as me," causing him to roll his eyes in competitive annoyance. "I definitely look better. How can I not look good? I literally have a beyonder ability to increase my charm." The door opened and Professor McGonagall walked first, moving through the crowd of students who stood on both sides of the hall waiting for the champions to begin the event of the night they'd all been waiting for. The champions followed behind her with silent steps, and because of a few flicks from Dumbledore's wand became the center of attention of the entire hall when a voluminous spotlight shone on them. Bending over a little, Loki whispered into Daphne's ears, "You see that? They're all looking at how handsome I am." Daphne rolled her eyes good-naturedly while making sure to step on Loki's feet as she walked under the pretense of a stumble. Arriving at the center of the hall, the spotlight stopped moving and caused the champions and their partners to stop along with it. That was when a piece of soft instrumental music began to play and all the men straightened their backs and with a polite bow, or a kneel in Loki's case, extended their hands for their partners to grasp. Loki got up holding Daphne's gloved hands and with a smile slipped his other hand around her waist. "Did you stuff books into your dress?" Loki asked Daphne as he felt something hard on her back. Daphne responded by stepping on his toes again while looking at him with a smile as she whispered, "It's a corset, you fool," making Loki give out a strained smile as he bore the pain of what was probably a broken nail. Daphne and Loki danced under the gazes of everyone around them, their steps in complete sync thanks to their superhuman capabilities, making it seem to everyone that they had danced together before since none of the other participants were as in sync as them. "Something's worrying you?" Daphne asked as she noticed Loki occasionally looking off into the distance while dancing with her. "Sorry. Didn't mean to get lost in thoughts, don't worry about it." It's awkward to remain silent, never danced with anyone before, I thought all your focus would have to be on the dance, but this is easy. I feel like I'm out in a cage in a zoo. Talk to me, Daphne said, gripping Loki's shoulder a little tighter. Loki looked into Daphne's eyes for a few seconds, after which he sighed and explained his reason for looking away from the pretty lady in front of him. There's something I have to do. Is it dangerous? Well, probably. But you have to do it. Oh my. How are you reading my mind so well? It's almost as if we're real partners. Loki teased, but Daphne's eyes were firm. I always thought you were of the troublesome sort, you know, Daphne said, lowering her gaze and looking at Harry, who was stumbling around with Parvati Patil on the dance floor. But I seem to have underestimated your knack for getting into trouble. Trouble? Me? PFF'd. Good joke. With your mysterious persona, I know you're hiding something strange from everyone. Daphne said, looking back at Loki. I don't know what it is. And I don't want you to tell me about it, since I'd rather not spend time listening to you ramble on narcissistically about your troubles. Weren't you the one that just as? But what I want you to know is that I've never seen you do something wrong, at least in the traditional sense, and, well, I can give you another one of those paper crane charms I gave you in your first year if you need any. Daphne mumbled out. Loki's eyes widened slightly and then he smiled, and with a nod, he fell back into rhythm with the song as he and Daphne danced for a few more minutes before everyone else walked onto the floor, with Dumbledore leading a dance with Madame Maxime. Soon Loki left the crowd with Daphne as they escaped the dance floor that was becoming rowdy with all the students entering it. They walked out into the corridor and initially hoped to go to the gardens, but spotting several other couples doing the same, they changed their destination to the astronomy tower. Once atop the tower, Daphne and Loki fell into a strangely comfortable silence. They gazed at the moon, the forest, the small fireflies glowing near the gardens, and the giant squid lazing about in the lake. Today was nice, Daphne said with a serene look in her eyes, and Loki just nodded in silence. Suddenly both Loki and Daphne turned towards each other at the same time. Daphne, Loki. Ah. Daphne blushed a little, but the darkness of the night hid her expression and helped her maintain the always calm and princely aura around herself. Loki rubbed his neck a little before speaking. You go first. Daphne nodded, took a deep breath and released it to cool herself, much like a yawn, as she gained a confident glimmer in her eyes before she spoke. I just never told you thanks for Astoria before, but I guess better late than never. Loki's eyes widened, but his shoulders relaxed as he nodded. I mean, I can understand you, a little. I'm sure you were worried that if you did that, I would have become Astoria's favorite sibling, weren't you? I mean, I can't blame you, I'm pretty awesome after all. Daphne rolled her eyes before settling on Loki's as she asked him. What did you want to say? It's not that important, but I was wondering if there were any future dances. I'd like to call dibs on you as my partner in the future. Well, you know, since my own was already taken away this time since I was late, I thought why not ask you right now for the future too, Loki said with a smile that made the blush on Daphne's face deepen. Daphne only nodded and then turned away quickly. Things became a little awkward after that as Daphne began to curse Loki. Way to go. But who says I'd like to call dibs on your future? Arg. I want to bury my head. I hope Astoria never hears a word about this. She'd never let this go. Just kill me already. Speaking in a slightly high-pitched voice, Daphne faked a yawn and said, I'm a little tired, Loki. I'd like to go back to my room. I feel quite stuffy with the corset on me. Yeah, me too. Quote. Me too. Are you wearing a corset? $*% Let me take you back, Loki said and escorted Daphne back to the Slytherin common room under an awkward silence in which Loki kept smiling while Daphne was trying to hold back her laughs. But before Daphne left, she turned to Loki and wished him a soft, good night. Today was wonderful. Thud. Daphne vanished into the girls' part of the dormitory with a little rush, leaving Loki behind as he looked at everyone else in the common room, which included Astoria, who was giving him a knowing look. Loki just smiled and nodded at her. Daph told me she'd partner with me in all future dances too. Loki shouted for Astoria to hear, causing several girls in the common room to squeal while Astoria herself was left a little stunned. Sis said that. OMG. Sis. Loki then walked away randomly, but as his adrenaline wore out he found himself on the 7th floor of the castle. It was deep into the night and Loki's eyes turned firm as he spotted the Grey Lady floating in front of a window. "You're here," Helena said without even turning back. Loki nodded but then thought that perhaps Helena might not be able to see him with her back turned, so he spoke out instead, "Yes. And I've come decided." "I see," Helena said and turned around slowly. "And your choice is?" "I'll do it," Loki said with a brave smile and a sharp look. Helena's gaze sharpened as she evaluated Loki for a few seconds before breaking out into a happy smile. She nodded and spoke, "That's good. Wait for me here in a couple of days and prepare everything you want to prepare for yourself. The mission will be tough." Loki nodded and Helena floated away. "This will probably cause me to reveal a few of my abilities, but at this point, I think I need to get as much help as I can get from anyone strong to protect me as I advance further. I think it's time I seriously start cultivating everyone else around me on my path to goodhood too. They should all be decent help. Should I start with the Tarot Club? And Daph. I should probably help her increase her sequence too, although sequence 5 isn't bad, it isn't too strong either." Helena looked at Loki, who was dressed lightly with a strange expression. "Is there a problem?" Loki asked. "Is that all you'll use? Do you not need anything else to protect yourself?" Loki looked at himself. He was wearing a three-piece suit with a robe on top, holding a silver inlaid cane, the ring of harvest along with a few herbs and vials in case they'd have to perform a ritual. He also had a gun, specifically an M1911 tucked away in a holster on his waist just below his wand holster. Loki specially modified the gun to fire flaming bullets blessed by the sun goddess to purify all evil. He only had 6 bullets though. Yet he thought it to be enough since each of them was as powerful as a flaring sun charm on its own. "Well, it's not like I'll be using any of this anyway. It's only to fool Helena into thinking that I'll actually be using all of what I have. Yes, I'm sure I can at least give myself the opportunity to escape if things go south." Helena shook her head, "Fine, whatever," and then handed Loki a silver strip with several ritualistic symbols on it that he easily recognized. "A charm from the darkness domain. What does it do?" "Put a true god to sleep. So that I can waltz in there and steal the item and come back." Helena shook her head and explained without minding Loki's sarcastic remarks that he made because he was clearly still agitated about the task ahead. "It will keep you hidden until you make the first move towards stealing the Beander characteristics. So I was right, it will let me waltz into the domain of a true god," Loki said, surprised at the effect of the charm. "How did she get this? Not even me with all I've done for Salazar Slytherin can get him to bless a charm to such a degree. Or am I just underutilizing him?" Loki frowned but then pushed the thought away to the back of his mind. Having taken the charm Helena had prepared for him, Loki looked up at her and asked her, "What next?" "Now we go to the entrance of his divine kingdom. And last but not least, keep your eyes closed when I tell you to do so," Helena said, turning human once again as she grabbed Loki's shoulder. With an almost silent pop, Loki and Helena instantly vanished from their place, leaving the 7th floor corridor silent as it had been forever. Arriving on a glacier, Loki immediately complained with his eyes closed since he didn't want to glance upon the figure of a god even by mistake, especially one that was corrupted by the mother tree of desire. "Cold. It's cold." Helena gave Loki a side eye and spoke with disdain, "You're a wizard, use your wand, or is that thing in your holster just a stick you use to stab others?" Loki nodded in spite of the chattering of his teeth and pulled out his wand. He tapped his head with the pointy end of his stick and cast a warming charm. "Ah, so much better. Thank you for reminding me about it. I don't do well with cold." Helena nodded wordlessly as she looked into the distance, her gaze scaling the barren lands of the glacier they were on. "When can I open my eyes?" Helena's solemn gaze on the terrain in front of her broke and she pulled out a small box wrapped in a wall of spirituality from her pocket. As soon as Helena broke the wall of spirituality around the box, Loki felt something extremely familiar eat at his intuition. There was only one other time he'd felt like this, and that was when he was close to the Sorting Hat. From the box, Helena pulled out a locket that seemed to be illusory, as if it didn't really exist but was somehow projected into existence. She then put the locket around Loki's head. Almost instantly Loki felt something interfere with his body of heart and mind. He instinctively wanted to block it, but remembering this was Helena's doing and his familiarity with the object, he decided to trust her a little. After the slight but constant interference with his mind, Loki didn't feel the necklace around him do anything else to him, so he wondered if it was working, but he stopped doubting it when Helena said, "Open your eyes." Loki opened his eyes and became shocked. Instead of seeing Helena as she was as a human, he saw a cartoonish representation of her. Like someone had stuck a piece of paper onto reality and painted her likeness like a child with crayons. From now on, no matter what happens, you'll always see every person higher than you in sequence as a cartoonish representation of themselves, even if they reveal their mythical creature form to you. Loki, still in his shock, thought, is it so simple to avoid being corrupted? Why aren't there spells that do this? The gods probably won't support such a spell, would they? It would mean just about anyone could escape from being corrupted by their mythical creature form. Helena broke him out of his thoughts once again after she tossed a small ring at him. Loki quickly checked it with his spirit vision and saw that the item was. It's the Beander characteristics of a Sequence 1 abomination. If you keep walking deep into the glacier, you'll eventually come across the true entrance to his divine kingdom. Loki caught the ring and asked, "Law of Beander characteristic convergence?" "Yes. So make sure you bring this back. Otherwise I'll have to send you to bring it back once again." Loki nodded and turned towards Helena to confirm his mission one last time. "You want me to bring out the Sequence 2 ancient Bane Beander characteristics being guarded by a corrupted chained god?" Helena had a complicated look in her gaze, but she nodded. "Yes, if you do that I'll give you the location of my mother's most precious item." Loki sighed and caused a puff of condensation to escape his cold lips as he looked out into the distance. "A king of angels, huh? Well, I stole from an outer great old one once. What's wrong in stealing from a simple true god?" Loki turned to Helena and asked her a question, "Where will you be waiting for me then?" Helena looked at the horizon for a while and then spoke in a solemn tone, "I'll be waiting right here." Loki nodded and began to walk away. As he walked away he heard a soft, "Good luck. Activate the darkness charm when you can no longer see me," to which he just waved his hand and continued walking. After a few minutes, when Loki saw that he was out of Helena's sight, he kneeled on the cold ice floor. He then set up an altar and started a summoning ritual. Within minutes, Loki entered the Saphira castle and exited through the illusory door that had formed above the altar. He was dressed normally and not as the Error True God because he still hadn't accommodated the Error Blasphemy card into his spirit body. "I can't use the card carelessly for now. Especially since I'm more likely than not to lose control because I will gain divinity without any anchors." From his body, which was left in the awkward posture from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual, he picked up the powerful darkness pathway charm that Helena had given him, the necklace that showed him a cartoonish version of the world, and began to float away towards the icy tundra after casting a warming charm and a charm to keep away the wildlife to keep his body safe. "Hope nothing goes wrong. It shouldn't since I used divination before coming here. But I guess I can't trust divination too much in this case." Floating about in one straight line, Loki was getting bored of the unchanging cold scenery, and after a few more minutes of floating around, activated the overpowered charm of the darkness pathway. Almost instantly, Loki felt something glaze over his very being. It felt as if he was no longer a part of the world. And in some sense, it was true because a thin film of darkness shrouded Loki's entire spirit. It felt like someone had wrapped Loki in a blanket of invisibility. "This is much more powerful than my illusions. It feels like there's something more to this than just changing my visibility. It almost feels as if my fate has been plucked away from the world itself, like I can do anything and the laws of the world would fail to react to it in any appropriate way." Loki controlled the darkness for a moment and spared the ring with the Beander characteristics of Sequence 1 abomination from the veil around him so that the law of Beander characteristics convergence would still work and attract him to the divine kingdom of the chained god. With the pocket watch being his only companion to track time, Loki soon got lost in the tundra. He stopped being able to tell if he was going in circles or if he was still climbing a hill he could swear he'd climbed a few minutes earlier. Is that thing real? Loki asked himself as he spotted the ice statue of a frozen crane planted in the snow. Soon he spotted statues not only of simple animals but magical animals too. But what truly set in the depth of fear in his were the statues of various humans, all mutated in various ways as if they'd lost control. He wasn't afraid of losing control, the mystical item Helena had given took care of that. What he was afraid of was the fact that the people he was looking at didn't even have the time to fully lose control before freezing into ice sculptures. Each human sculpture had a story to tell, and as Loki passed them he clearly recognized each one, at least a little bit. The first few statues were of unspeakables, each one was in the same uniform Loki had seen Ethan wearing, a long dark coat that had several pockets to hold various Beyonder materials for rituals and the like. The next few statues were of werewolves, zombies, and even wraiths. All frozen in time as they gazed at something in shock and terror. Their final moments of death captured like the shadows of a nuclear blast, like a picture through time. These people didn't realize that the chained god was corrupted. Was his corruption sudden, so that it could catch off guard the most number of people? As Loki floated in deeper, a thick fog rolled out. At first, the fog only touched his ankles, but slowly the fog started rising and in less than a few minutes it was all over him. He could barely see his hands and he feared he'd inadvertently do something that might break the invisibility over him. But soon the fear of making a mistake was blindsided by the immense cold that assaulted Loki's spirit body. Loki felt he'd freeze like the other sculptures before and shatter into the dust of time before he'd even get a chance to scream. I need heat. The bullets. Loki pulled out the gun and slowly let the magazine slide out. On alert to see if his actions had caused any changes around him or had alerted the wrong person, Loki waited quietly for a while as he held the magazine. The bullets in it glowed a dim yellow and carried the warmth of the sun. Loki unloaded a single bullet from his gun and held it between his teeth. Giving warmth to the most important organ in his body and situation, his brain. All right. Remember not to swallow. With that done, Loki put away the sequence 1 abomination Beyonder characteristic that was given to him because he reasoned that he was already inside the divine kingdom of the chained god. At least its form on the physical realm. Floating even deeper with renewed vigor, Loki stayed alert for any sudden changes. The shifting of the fog and the shadows cast by it played various tricks on his mind that were only made worse by his 360 vision, which kept him on edge as he floated deeper. Soon, Loki arrived at a clearing. A clearing that had no ice sculptures, no fog, and not even any ice. All there was a giant tree trapped in which was a mummy-like figure, wrapped in several layers of bandages, breathing in a strained manner. The comedic drawing that represented the scenario instead of reality due to the mysterious locket Helena had given Loki did nothing to curb his excessive worry about the situation. Instead, he almost felt like he was trapped. A single wrong move and he'd lose his life. Loki's intuition almost drowned him in a barrage because of how many items were on the body of the chained god, but 2 stood out the most. The first one was the sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic that Helena was looking for, but what captured his attention was the least valuable item of them all. It was a simple piece of parchment floating about above the entire tree, held and supported in the air by a few bandages that the tree had done everything to grow and burden. But the few bandages held strong, somehow. Loki recognized it for what it was almost instantly, as if he was intuitively aligned with the chained god. That contains his last words, doesn't it? Something he wanted to say to someone who'd eventually find their way here. For Helena perhaps. Do I take I? Loki's head froze mid-thought as he noticed one of the branches of the tree twitch. The branch that was wrapped around the chained god slowly unwrapped as it floated through the air like a dog, sniffing it and trying to detect something that had intruded into its territory. Loki remained absolutely still and made no noise. He foregoed any thoughts by using cogitation to clear his mind as he prayed to whatever deity was looking out for him to keep the concealment item that Helena had given him to keep working. The branch twisted around robotically, jerking in moments to create several cracks along itself as it bent and twisted around the area meant to have nothing but itself and the chained god. The branch soon arrived right in front of Loki, but what he was expecting didn't happen. The branch didn't stop in front of his face, and neither did it drill through his head. The branch just swept by as if he hadn't existed. Loki heaved a mental sigh of relief when the branch passed him and went back to wrap around the chained god, who was using the opportunity to free himself from the tree itself through a series of painful-sounding groans, like someone getting a stretch after a long time of sitting down. Only after waiting for a while, when the silence interrupted only by the heavy breathing of the chained god returned, did Loki make a move. He first hid the ring with the sequence 1 abomination Beander characteristic deeper inside his robes, making sure that it wouldn't be stolen no matter what happened next. He then double-checked the veil of secrecy around him, and once he was sure that it hadn't been breached or weakened, and only then, did he float closer to the tree. Loki reached the section of the chained god that he intuitively figured contained the sequence 2 Beander characteristic and examined it with his spirit vision, while the amusing necklace worked overtime to prevent him from seeing anything that would make him lose his mind. I was right. This is it. But I'm sure if I'll steal it, she will immediately figure out where I am. I have one chance, and when I do take it, I need to be quick in hiding away the ring under the veil of secrecy. Theoretically, I should be able to vanish back into the Saphira castle as soon as I grab the damn ring. Loki nodded and hyped himself. All right Loki, you've got this. You know what this is for. Let's do it. There's no better opportunity than this. You've done this once before and digested nearly everything. You can do it again. Loki took deep breaths to calm himself, and when he felt like he was ready, Loki extended his hand and twisted it with a flick. The ring morphed into a rune and flew towards Loki. And given his closeness to it, the rune was absorbed by him in an instant. As soon as he came in contact with the item, Loki hid it under the veil of secrecy. Creak. Loki's heartbeat sped up when he heard the tree creak. He froze for a moment and moved to cut off his connection to the ritual that was keeping him bound to the real world almost instantly. Creak. Except nothing happened. The veil that had kept Loki hidden was also stopping his return to the castle. Loki had played himself. With nothing better to do, Loki waited exactly where he was as he felt the tree branch unwrap from the chained god and sweep the area. But after a few seconds, in which it did not detect Loki, it returned to its original spot. Safe. With everything back to the way it was, Loki planned to leave immediately, but his eyes landed on the letter at the top of the homunculus made of the chained god and mother tree of desire. Do I take that? Helena would probably appreciate it if I did that for her. But Loki looked at the tree that had grown around the chained god and became apprehensive about lifting the veil of secrecy over him for a second time. Even though it seems like he is fighting for his life to protect the letter, it's not something I can steal just like that. I'll divine about what's written in it in the Saphira castle and just tell her about it if it's something important. Just as Loki's mind tilted more and more towards abandoning the letter in favor of saving himself and sticking to his goals, a sharp change occurred that caused the situation to flip on its head. An unholy symphony of pain and torture escaped the chained god's lips. Loki's mind froze, and despite the veil of secrecy covering him and the warm bullet in his mouth, he felt cold. Loki's eyes slowly comprehended the veil of secrecy around him ripple because of an invisible force clashing with it. His slow mind made it difficult for him to think properly as his actions became filled with static instead of smoothness and elegance like they usually were. I need to get out. The chained god moved violently, ripping his entire body out of the tree, pulling himself apart. He moved as if he was betting everything in his life on something. Loki's spirit was immediately doused in a fountain of blood that escaped the chained god's now torn right arm. The sentient corruption-inducing tree didn't remain idle either. With its prey making a last-ditch effort to struggle, it suddenly pulled out dozens more branches, trying to bind the chained god down and invade to completely take control over his body and his mind. As the chained god and mother tree of desire fought each other, Loki felt his thoughts free up a little. His cryptologist mind worked overtime to spit out all sorts of theories and inconsistencies that he'd ignored before this. It was at this moment that Loki realized what had happened. A trap. She already noticed me. She was betting on me taking the letter so that she could attack her prey more efficiently. It seems that she thinks the chained god will give up struggling after the letter is taken away from him. She can get me when I decide to steal the letter. And since the chained god recognized that she already knows about me, it seems he wants to sacrifice himself and deliver the letter to me anyway. A deep sense of respect sprouted in Loki's heart for the chained god fighting for his life in front of him, but he also felt very annoyed at being wrapped up in this fight. In the fraction of a second when all these things happened, Loki decided what he was going to do next. Taking a deep breath in to fill his lungs, Loki forcefully spit out the bullet while striking the igniter with his spirituality. The bullet traveled at a supersonic speed out of his mouth. But just that wouldn't have been enough to hit even the corrupted chained god. Forget about the corruption-spreading tree of Mother Tree of Desire. The veil of secrecy that prevented the gods from directly noticing Loki's actions was what delayed their reaction to the bullet. The bullet almost immediately embedded itself into the tree. Before anything else could happen, Loki rushed to the letter at the top of the tree and stretched his hand to steal it. The letter was immediately turned into a rune to be stolen. As the runic letter floated in his direction, Loki's 360-degree vision spotted several tree roots shooting towards him to use the momentary chance when the veil of secrecy was lifted to corrupt him at least partially. Even if the corruption spread fast enough to just prevent him from leaving immediately, the trap that Mother Tree of Desire set would have worked flawlessly. But to Loki's grace and luck, the bullet that was lodged in the tree burst forth with light at this moment. For a moment it was as if the tree was forced to freeze like the other ice sculptures outside. The bandages wrapped around the chained god exploded with ferocity as they started to wrap around Mother Tree of Desire and freeze her into an ice block. This moment of opportunity, lengthened further with the chained god's help, was enough for Loki to grab the letter and rescind his ritual to return to the Saphira castle. "That's all I can do for you right now," Loki thought, giving the chained god one last look. He could almost swear that the chained god was looking at him with a smile, but the cartoonish depiction of him wasn't clear enough. "I hope you'll be able to save yourself later." A pillar of light burst through from the bullet into the entire area and spread to the heavens, connecting with the sun to only grow brighter and stronger, leaving behind two gods fighting each other for control as it died out. Now in the Saphira castle, Loki took another full breath in. That was reckless. But it worked out well. I didn't even have to use the error blasphemy card. Loki looked at the sequence 2 ancient Bane Beander characteristic he'd stolen, and the letter, waving his hand to convert them into objects instead of runes. The Beander characteristic looked like a voodoo head stuck in an eternal scream, while the letter looked fragile and was written on what Loki guessed was goat skin. Looking at the two items in front of him, Loki sighed. At least I can complete the digestion of my potion from that when I give these items to Helena. Most from the theft at the Quidditch World Cup when I stole from her, and gave the contents of the card away, partially, to Hermione, and the rest from this mission where I stole from two true gods and will give away the contents to Helena. Each time I performed the same action, stealing from a god to help the weak. Deciding to bask in the excitement of fully digesting his potion some other time, Loki left the Saphira castle and quickly performed another bestowment ritual to hand himself the two items he would hand over to Helena. Once done, Loki quickly walked back the way he'd come. And Helena was waiting for him patiently, right where he'd left her. As he walked closer, he could see Helena looking at him with worry and tension. "What's with that frown on your face? Thought I'd die or something," Loki said, tossing the Beander characteristics first. Helena grabbed the Beander characteristic and looked at it. Once she felt a clear connection to the item, she nodded at Loki and stretched her hand for all the items she'd given him. Loki gave her the secrecy charm, even though it had become useless since it had gotten damaged beyond repair after the chained god directed an unholy scream at it. He also gave her the sequence 1 abomination Beander characteristic. "Good, you brought back everything." Helena nodded with a smile. What was up with that large pillar of light? Loki shook his head. Just the bullets I charmed with the help of the sun goddess. Anyway, that's not the most important thing. Having Helena's attention, Loki contemplated his next words before speaking calmly. Your dad did his best to get this to you, Loki said, and then finally waved the letter in front of her. Helena's eyes widened and her hands trembled. She felt weak all of a sudden. He did, Helena croaked. Loki only nodded wordlessly and gave the letter to her. Loki wanted to peek over Helena's shoulder to read the letter given to her, but he controlled himself and waited for her to finish the clearly private conversation before asking her about it. Loki saw Helena's shoulders tremble in sorrow and disappointment as she read the last words her father had written. Tears emerged from her eyes and stained the goatskin parchment. The tears didn't stop and her breathing became hitched. Loki thought he had to do something, but without knowing much about the situation he stood aside awkwardly. Finally, after a few minutes, Helena broke her eyes away from the letter she was holding. She wiped her eyes and cheeks, turned to Loki and nodded thankfully. Thank you for bringing this letter along with you even though I didn't ask for it, Helena said with a small smile. Loki only nodded and spoke calmly. It was your dad who created the opportunity for me to take it, I didn't do much. Helena nodded and looked at the letter for a few more minutes before turning to Loki and speaking in a bold tone, let's return. I can show you where Mother's most precious item is stored. Loki's eyes immediately lit up and he held Helena's hand. With a swift blur of colors and a low pop, Helena and Loki vanished from the frozen tundra that seemed to grow lonely without them. They arrived at the exact same spot in the Hogwarts castle, in the 7th floor corridor by the window. There's a room hidden from most at this school. Helena began as she floated towards the painting of dancing trolls attached to the wall. Loki became stunned. Seriously? It was in that room all along. How come I've never seen it in all my time there? Wait, why is that lady asking me to bring it to her then? She's literally in the same room. What am I? A bellboy? What do you mean hidden from most? Loki asked Helena to maintain the pretense that he didn't know about the room of conveniences. It is called the room of requirements. Helena explained, it only opens when you make 3 rounds around this corridor while thinking of exactly what you need. The room then transforms accordingly. Loki nodded and waited patiently as Helena floated around the corridor and made 3 rounds. As she completed the 3 rounds, Loki expected the fancy golden gate to show up on the wall, but something strange happened. Instead of the fancy golden gate, a simple wooden one showed up. It was still as large as the fancy one he was used to seeing, but was clearly quite cheaply put together. Did she just turn the room into a dump yard or something? Follow me, Helena said as she floated through the door into the room. Loki nodded and entered the room after pushing the door open slightly and closing it after he entered. As soon as he entered, Loki's thoughts were confirmed, this a dump yard indeed. Is this where all the items lost in the castle reappear? Loki could see piles of various chairs, tables, benches, wands, alchemical items, books, armor stands, swords and shields with plenty of wild plants trying to climb over the dump yard mountains. And wherever his vision landed he saw something broken and discarded. Is it here? Loki asked with little confidence. Why would your mom choose this as the place to hide her treasure? She did not, Helena said as she began to float away from Loki, making him have to jog to keep with her. The item she treasured the most was misused. Misused? They broke it. Who did that? Why would you give the location of your mom's most precious item to such a fool? Helena turned around and glared at Loki, but then clicked her tongue and continued to float. He was as charming as you were and as eloquent as you. But I wasn't as wise as I am now. Wow, living in the same castle for 1,000 years, truly wise. Loki sarcastically commented. Helena ignored the snarky comment as she converged towards the far end of the room. She hovered 5 meters away from what appeared to be a priceless crown on the head of a marble bust. Loki's instincts blared at him about the value of the mystical item that Helena had directed him towards. That does indeed seem like a precious item. Loki activated his spirit vision and froze. So it was him. Loki mumbled and Helena heard. You've encountered this before. Helena asked surprised. Yeah, in the Chamber of Secrets. Your wise boy made one of them during his earlier years and left it around to open the chamber after he left school. Helena's eyes filled with pity and sorrow for Tom. I guess some people just are cruel. Loki shook his head and turned to Helena. Could you leave please? Why? Helena asked with a suspicious look in her eyes. Because it isn't a simple matter to separate your mom's tiara from that foul soul. I mean, I'm sure you've tried to unsuccessfully use the help of the eternal blazing sun, haven't you? Helena nodded but still questioned, whose help are you going to use then? I don't want you to know about it. Which is why I'm asking you to leave. Helena instantly frowned. Is it an outer god? No matter what they offer you, haven't you seen my father's condition? Or did it all seem like a joke too? Loki frowned. No, it isn't an outer god. It isn't even an evil god. And it isn't even a true god in the first place. But it is a secret, so I want you to leave. Is that all right? Helena squinted her eyes but eventually nodded. Everyone has the right to their secrets. Once Helena floated away, Loki performed a quick divination to see if it was safe for him to perform a sacrificial ritual, and once it was, he moved closer to the tiara. As Loki entered within 2 meters of the tiara, he felt a sudden assault on his mind. His body of heart and mind suddenly felt clouded. It felt like someone was deliberately trying to make him dumber. Loki's body slowed and he felt like he was suddenly trapped in a bed of thorns. Too little too late. Loki concluded as he shielded his body of heart and mind with the concealment rune, kicking off any attempts the soul in the tiara was making at surviving. As Loki lowered his distance from the tiara to a meter, a foul black mist spread out of the tiara and attempted to engulf him. But the second Loki picked a bullet from his gun, the mist scattered as if burned by a branding iron. Loki quickly set up an altar and prayed to himself as the air god to perform a sacrificial ritual. The soul in the tiara quietened when Loki began the sacrificial ritual and appeared intrigued when Loki mentioned the air god. This caused Loki to smirk, and once he responded to the ritual he performed after entering the Saphira castle, he easily whisked away the tiara. Once in the Saphira castle, Loki stirred the gray fog and directed it towards the tiara. Just as the gray fog reached the tiara, a shrill screech resounded from it, rumbling across the vast empty halls of the Saphira castle without stopping, almost forcing him to stop due to its harshness, but Loki kept at it. Except a face emerged out of the tiara and spoke in a cracked glass-like angry, excited and confused whisper, "Stop." The ghostly face of a middle-aged man with a terrifying smile formed on the mist. "I can give you." Before the man in the mist was able to speak any further, Loki directed the gray fog to enhance his ability and stole the piece of soul from the tiara. The soul transformed into a rune and Loki tossed it to the little greedy ring, which immediately opened its mouth wide and swallowed the soul as a whole. Almost immediately, the ring of harvest spat out the Beander characteristics of a sequence 4 demon. But surprisingly, it didn't stop there. The ring slowly began to transform. Into Loki's shock, it turned slightly intangible, like the mist that had escaped from the tiara. Loki wanted to do nothing other than toss away the small ring, thinking it had gotten corrupted, but he patiently examined it using his spirit vision and found no sign of corruption in it. Instead, Loki found that the runes on the ring had evolved. This symbol, it's for danger. Suddenly an idea struck Loki, which he quickly tested out. Pointing his wand at himself, Loki created the strong intent of using the Confringo charm to burn himself. But the second he primed his wand with spirituality to launch the charm, he felt the ring become hot. It works. The ring obtained the ability to detect danger. A smile graced Loki's lips and made him pretty happy. After that, he looked at the 2 Beander characteristics of the abyss pathway he had, and Loki decided he'd make them into items that would detect danger too. It shouldn't be too difficult to do such a thing now, since I can utilize the Ring of Harvest as a reference. Loki exited the Saphira castle and bestowed the ring to himself, and after a few seconds walked back to the gate of the room of requirements that he now knew the name of. "You're here," Helena said, her eyes a little dilated as she was using spirit vision to check Loki for any signs of corruption or such. "And you seem to be all right." Loki nodded and then held out his hand for Helena to shake. I hope to wake your mother up soon. I will let you know once it is done. Until then I'm keeping this fantastic piece of rune work, Loki said, showing the tiara he was holding in his other hand. Helena came close to the metallic object and looked at it with a little sorrow. Father gifted this to mother. She later enchanted it to help me with magic. I remember the days she worked hard to help me study magic. I was naive then and didn't want to do anything that involved books. How did you become the ghost of Ravenclaw then? Loki joked to bring the mood up. Helena shook her head and smiled, because after she left me, I started to follow the tracks she left behind at Hogwarts to find her. It was only a few centuries ago that I learnt of her slumber through a clue she'd left behind. From then on I chose to become the ghost of Ravenclaw. Through her clues, she said I would eventually find someone who could wake her up. Loki's eyes widened and then his eyes met Helena's. So that's why you trusted you-know-who? Because you thought your mother meant him. Helena nodded. She should be back soon, Loki said with a smile. Helena smiled and then asked, if you ever need my help with something, let me know. Loki nodded and then walked out of the room of requirements with Helena. After bidding her farewell, Loki walked towards the dungeons using the elaborate set of moving staircases in the castle. On a random step, Loki opened the Marauder's map. And she's gone, Loki thought as he looked at Helena's name on the map, watching her slip into the Ravenclaw Tower, probably going there to reminisce a few memories she was fond of. As if reading his mind and knowing what he was about to do next, the stairs redirected him to the 7th floor. Loki patted the railings and mumbled, "Good Hogwarts," and he could swear the stairs started moving a little faster with renewed vigor. Arriving in front of the room of requirements once again, Loki entered the area where the crystals in which the founders of the school he was currently in were trapped. With a happy stride, Loki pranced to the crystal with Rowena Ravenclaw inside it. As if I'd let Helena know about this place. I don't think she's a snitch, but I wouldn't trust a 1,000-year-old lady with my secrets. Even if she didn't want to tell anyone about it, I'm pretty sure she's accrued debts that can't be refused, and any one of those could be used to learn more about me. Arriving in front of Rowena, Loki looked at the peacefully sleeping witch and then at the golden basket where he had to place the tiara. Loki wanted to learn more about the rune work on the tiara, so he didn't immediately place it in the basket. Instead, he moved to the table and began to take notes about all its runes. I could have just asked Helena about it, but it gives me goosebumps just imagining looking at complex rune work on this bad girl. I'm pretty sure I should be able to figure it out by tomorrow. Time slowly ticked away, and at around 7 in the morning, having pulled an all-nighter, Loki looked at the tiara with a frown on his face. This thing, it's useless. All it does is help you think faster. If I hadn't already checked it thoroughly, I'd have thought it was made from the Beyander characteristics of a cryptologist. It's made from the Beyander characteristic from the Savant pathway. And there's so many mistakes in the rune work. If someone submitted this as their capstone project in Professor Babbling's class, they'd fail. Was this Rowena's level? Even though Loki was exaggerating the facts a little, he still didn't think that the great Rowena Ravenclaw, who invented magic, would make something so useless. Loki frowned and then he shook his head. No need to delay this anymore. With heavy steps, Loki walked towards Rowena's crystal and tossed the tiara into her begging bowl. Loki stepped back, calm about what was going to happen now since he'd already been through this once. And as per routine, a small amount of spirituality slipped out of the crystal Rowena was in. The small wisp gathered around the tiara and seeped into it. And just when Loki was expecting the light works to start, the wisp rejected the tiara and slipped back into the crystal. What? Loki did a double take and almost stumbled when the wisp rejected the tiara. Seriously, this is not the most important item that she desires. All this was for nothing. I nearly fought an outer god for this thing. With a frown, Loki left the room of requirements and went about attending the classes for the day. He had a prominent frown that everyone noticed and was clearly in a bad mood. Daphne was the only one who even attempted to understand Loki's bad mood because she guessed whatever he asked her about hadn't gone well. Or at least not as Loki had hoped it would, especially since he hadn't taken the luck charm from her yet. But even when she tried asking him about it, Loki brushed the topic away, not to keep her away from it, but because Loki was confused himself. What's the most important thing in her life then? Salazar was so simple, it was his locket. What about you, oh great magic-inventing lady? Looking at the new addition to their team, Loki became a little stunned. Loki first looked at the boy who had joined them and then at the silver-bearded old man behind him. The old man winked at him, causing Loki to feel goosebumps rise. What is this nonsense? Loki yielded for Professor McGonagall to move ahead of him as she continued speaking. As I've informed you, you will be getting a new addition to your team for this week. And it is that boy? Daphne asked calmly. Yes. Dumbledore spoke in an even calmer tone, lifting the mood a little by simply being present. Harry looked at Daphne, then at Loki and finally at Hermione. She was the only person he knew in this room at his age. Wouldn't Ron say something like, "You're on a team with Slytherins. Too bad we still haven't made up. And with my own thinking we're quarreling like lovers, I don't think we'll come together soon." Loki was the first to question, why won't he get to do a training mission like everyone else? Professor McGonagall wanted to respond, but Dumbledore was faster. He looked at Loki and spoke with a smile. Harry's already been vetted. Most of you already saw his performance in the first task. Is there much else to say? Loki wanted to argue, but Daphne interrupted. All right. We'll take him. But he follows my orders. Dumbledore looked at Harry and he nodded. Then welcome to our team, Daphne said without extending her hand as she turned toward McGonagall and spoke impatiently. We're already late by 5 minutes. I do not want to delay this any further. Professor McGonagall nodded and Dumbledore just smiled as they all one by one used the flow network in McGonagall's office to teleport directly to the Ministry of Magic. Harry gave one last glance to Dumbledore and without saying much else, followed everyone before him to the Ministry. In the office now devoid of students, McGonagall asked Dumbledore, will they be fine? When have I ever lied? There was an uneasy frown on McGonagall's face, but she moved to her desk and began to sort through the tasks she was burdened with. Dumbledore gave her a funny glance and left. So something stupid is going to happen today, Loki concluded as he looked at Harry with a frown. Harry looked at him and felt a little confused, but then became embarrassed as he looked away. Why's he looking at me like that? Is it because I joined unannounced? Hermione elbowed Loki as she noticed his frown was making Harry uncomfortable, causing him to give her a frown in return. Hermione just shook her head and moved to Harry. Is this your first time on a mission like this one, Harry? Why didn't you tell me earlier? And you didn't tell me you were on one of the teams too. I think that's only fair, don't you? The four of them stepped out of the room that they'd teleported into and handed over their IDs to the guard, who looked at Harry like he'd seen a ghost. It's Harry Potter, they heard the guard mumble as he stepped back in shock. Before things could get any more rowdy, Daphne decided to bail and everyone happily took with it. Arriving at Ethan's office, Daphne knocked. Come in. Daphne stepped in along with everyone, and once Harry was inside she introduced him. I'm sure you've been informed, but this is Harry Potter. Ethan looked up from his desk, focusing on Harry only for a second, and then he went back to doing his work. Good job with the case of the Death Trumpeter. Harry looked a little embarrassed but nodded even though Ethan wasn't looking. Meanwhile, Loki was a little confused. Death Trumpeter. Was that the case he helped solve with Adam? This is your case for today, Ethan explained, signing on the file he was working on as he closed it and handed it over to Daphne. Daphne took the file and moved to the adjacent room where she would study and discuss it with everyone else. All right, the mission is to retrieve an item that looks like a muggle coin box. Harry raised his hand immediately and asked after Daphne nodded, what is a coin box? It is something muggles store their money in, Daphne explained, showing everyone a picture of a piggy bank. You mean a piggy bank? Harry murmured, his voice only reaching Loki and Hermione's ears. Loki almost broke into a laugh imagining Daphne saying piggy bank, but controlled himself well, along with Hermione, who bit her lower lip and abstained from making a scene out of this. What does it do? Loki asked after studying the picture of the toy inflated pig used to store money, trying to distract everyone so they wouldn't laugh. In exchange for a one-time payment, it kills your enemy, Daphne said with a bland expression. Hermione frowned and then asked, and the payment? Your soul, Daphne explained. Harry's grip on his seat tightened but he didn't speak. Loki however asked, where did this come from? Another one of those smuggled items. Daphne shook her head. No, this was an item that the Aurors were about to confiscate from a merchant in Nocturne Alley, but the box caused their collars to tighten and choke them as the merchant escaped. There was a slight pause causing Harry to prompt, and then. The merchant was found dead in his home. The coin box missing. Everyone was a little unsettled, but Loki, having a pretty good idea what sequence this box was from, asked plainly, how did the merchant die? Daphne looked at him for a second and then answered, decapitation. He had decapitated himself by pulling his head out. Loki nodded and asked, is there a sealing method written down? Daphne shook her head, so Loki spoke calmly, the box at the very least from the sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway. Daphne's eyes widened and she looked at the files. Are you sure? She asked. Loki nodded. We should probably switch this case out. Daphne nodded and walked out of the room. Everyone heard Daphne murmur and speak with Ethan, but then they heard her steps come back to their room. Loki, come out, Ethan wants to speak to you. Loki nodded and walked back out with Ethan, who was looking at him seriously. You sure it's a sequence 4? Yes. How sure? 100%. Loki said, and seeing Ethan's probing expression he elaborated while cleverly hiding lies in truth. Worked for a sequence 3 saint from the same pathway on a commission for her with a mystical item, that's where I learned about it. Ethan sighed and wiped his face. He seemed to be thinking about something, but then he spoke calmly, I want you to go and scout the place. Don't interfere. Don't provoke or even probe. All I want you to do is find out where the damn thing is. As soon as you do, I'll send Laura to you. Loki wanted to deny it, not because he thought they couldn't figure out its location or because of the danger the artifact possessed, but because Harry was involved. But to Loki's happiness, Daphne spoke up, we won't accept that. Sequence 4 is the minimum, not the maximum. If it was limited to sequence 4, I would have tried to attempt it. Ethan looked at Daphne for a few seconds and nodded. Just as Loki thought Ethan would pass on this case to someone else, he spoke, I'll hand give you a mystical item for protection and come along with you. Will you take it then? Daphne looked at Ethan to weigh her options, and to Loki's sorrow, she nodded, all right. In that case, we can accept it. Loki frowned when he heard Daphne's response. But since he wasn't the team leader, he didn't speak up. Instead, Loki thought about why Ethan was forcing them to take this case. He isn't corrupted and most likely is not a Death Eater or even under the Imperious Curse. That only leaves one reason. Adam, and Harry Potter. Troublesome. Ethan left the room shortly after to pick out an appropriate mystical item for this case. So that they could be safe and wouldn't end up like the Aurors who had gone to confiscate the item before them. Daphne, are you sure we should take this mission? I've got a bad feeling about whatever's going on. Daphne only looked at Loki and then back at the file in her hands. I think we don't have a choice. I think he will use up a few other cards to force us to take up the mission even if we don't want to. Loki understood Daphne was talking about Dumbledore, so he abided by Daphne's decision, not only because she was the team leader, but also because she probably understood the politics of this situation better than him. Minutes later, Ethan returned to the office with a gun holstered to his side. Is that going to keep us safe? Daphne asked, unconvinced. Yes. It has 5 uses. Each shot is a sure hit shot that will kill anyone under sequence 4 because of the corruption in its bullets. And if a saint is shot using this, they'll end up dying unless they use a special ability to avoid it. Daphne nodded, but Loki frowned. Another smuggled item. Ethan nodded but did not elaborate. Let's go. If the situation calls for it, we need time to inform Laura. Soon, using the flow network, the entire team teleported to the Ministry's checkpoint, a shabby broken-down house, at Nocturne Alley. Once everyone was stable, Daphne gave out her first order. Hermione, can you divine the location of the item in question? Hermione nodded and sat on a chair as she slipped into a half-asleep state using cogitation. It was Harry's first time seeing someone perform dream divination, so he paid attention to everything. The place where the mystical item that escaped from the Auror's currently hiding. Hermione repeated the question 7 times. Unfortunately, she received no response, since the Saphira Castle didn't power her dream divination. Hermione woke up, shook her head and spoke up, "It's probably able to use anti-divination techniques." Daphne nodded and then spoke up after some thought, "All right, since we don't know where the box is using divination, let's go to the crime scene and see if we can figure out something from there." Everyone found that order reasonable, so they followed Ethan as he took the lead to take everyone to the house where the coin box was last seen. Nocturne Alley was as dirty and terrible as Loki remembered it being the last time he was here. There were several broken and dilapidated houses around which poorly dressed wasted people hung around, doing nothing but staring into the souls of those who passed by. It was Hermione's first time here, so she was a little jumpy, but she moved closer to Loki and walked by his side. Harry surprisingly walked with a little bit of confidence, while Daphne walked with a surprising amount of acceptance towards the impoverished people around them. Loki spotted a few people begin to follow them, but the moment he pulled out his spiky wand, they dispersed, choosing to mind their own businesses instead of targeting a group of trigger-happy children. Nearly 15 minutes later, Ethan stopped in front of a dilapidated shack. There were no oars around the scene this time, but a single man was sitting on a similarly dilapidated chair, which was probably borrowed from the house, to keep away all the residents of Nocturne Alley who might have unsavory ideas about the corpse that was inside. Ethan nodded to the man and walked inside the shack. "This is it?" Harry asked, feeling a little pitiful for anyone who lived here. "It seems worse than the broom cupboard I used to live in." There were several leaks in the room. Recent rain had turned the bed wet, while the only table in the room had its drawers open, causing the clothes in it to become soaking wet. The most eye-catching thing in the room though was the body of the self-decapitated man who was wearing rags. Hermione closed her eyes to mentally adjust to the lingering sight and stench of death and rot in the room, since she'd never really seen anyone dead like this before. Everyone looked around the room for various things, with Ethan looking directly over the body to see if he could perform a mediumship ritual to talk to the soul of the deceased. Harry and Hermione looked for physical clues around the house, while Daphne looked at the several ritualistic ingredients the man had in his drawers. Loki was the only one to look at the mirror in the room. Hermione spoke first, grabbing everyone's attention. "There are clothes that belong to a woman in these drawers, perhaps that's the next victim of the coin box. That might be our only lead." Ethan concluded, "His soul has long since vanished from this area. I won't be able to use a mediumship ritual." Daphne instead turned to Loki, prompting him to speak. "If possible, I'd like to try and perform a ritual to see all the people the mirror has reflected in the last few days, that way I can ascertain who the accomplice or next victim was." Daphne nodded in acceptance. "You can do that." Loki immediately pulled out the materials required for the ritual as he began to set up an appropriate altar to talk to Salazar Slytherin. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to reveal to me the faces that have been reflected in this mirror in the last 10 days. Night dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Loki's eyes turned to the back of his head as he performed the ritual. His vision shifted and soon he was looking at the same room he was in, specifically at the mirror in front of him. The first person to look in the mirror was the man who died. He had a bushy eyebrow, dressed in rags. He had a smile on his face, but it soon turned into a frown. It was clear he didn't like looking into the mirror at all. The second one to look in the mirror was an old woman. She had red hair, one of her eyes scarred and blind, she wore a nose ring and had several wrinkles on her face. The next 3 were well-dressed wizards who Loki assumed were Aurors. The final one was the guard who was waiting for them at the entrance of the shack. The vision ended and Loki came back to himself. Performing another ritual, Loki sketched out the figure of the old woman onto a piece of paper. "This is the only other woman that I didn't recognize and was reflected in the mirror," Loki said, handing over the paper with the image of the old woman and her descriptions in it. "Hermione, can you figure out the location of this woman using divination?" Daphne asked, and Hermione tried dream divination but failed once again for the same reason as before. "Why don't we ask around for her?" Harry suggested. Daphne frowned when Harry did that, since she didn't want the team to split given how dangerous the object they were tracking was. But Hermione performed a simple divination using her topaz pendulum, and this time the divination said they could split up without facing any life-threatening dangers. "I see." Daphne nodded. She thought for a while before speaking again. "Mr. Ethan, you'll be on your own. I'll go along with Harry and Hermione with Loki. We'll meet up at this spot in the next 2 hours irrespective of what we've learnt." Everyone agreed with her decision and split up to look for the old woman, or even gain a little bit more information about her. Each team got a copy of the drawing using the Gemino charm and split to scour different directions. Moving east, Loki and Hermione walked silently as they carefully trotted through the dirty alleys searching for a single sane witch or wizard who would have known the old woman. Eventually, after searching for an hour or so, Loki and Hermione got tired. Most people were drugged to escape the boorish pain and couldn't give out a coherent response, and the ones that could, commented that they thought the woman had died a few weeks ago. Some kids recognized the old woman, but they all cursed the woman for experimenting with magic on their friends and left without giving any more information. Even after Loki used his charm and manipulation on them to loosen them up with money. After a few more minutes, Loki stopped Hermione and told her, "I'll be back in a second, need to use the loo for a sec." Hermione nodded and Loki moved towards the closest store, hoping to use the bathroom to enter the Saphira Castle. As the most entered location of the Saphira Castle, the bathroom, Loki shook his head to push away unnecessary thoughts as he entered the store with the name, Borgin and Burks. An old gentleman stood behind the counter when Loki entered. He had a surprised expression on his face when Loki did, since he was wearing Hogwarts robes. But he quickly controlled his expression and spoke in a professional tone. "What may I do for you today, sir?" Loki looked at the man and then at the rows of charms in the shelf behind him. "Could you give me a slumber charm?" Loki asked politely. The man's eyes widened, but only for a second, as he pulled off one of the silver charms from the backboard and presented it to Loki. "Anything else, sir?" "No, that will be all." "Can I use the washroom for a minute?" The man nodded but didn't direct Loki to go anywhere. So Loki placed a galleon on the front desk so that he could move on the conversation. "You can keep the change." "Ah, thank you very much, sir," the man said with a smile as he quickly swiped away the coin to place into his pocket, after which he nodded and pointed Loki in the right direction towards the back of the store. Loki thanked him and entered the washroom before locking it behind him so that he wouldn't be disturbed. Performing the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual, Loki entered the Saphira Castle, where he immediately performed a dream divination. The location where the old woman in this portrait is currently at. Repeating the sentence 7 times, Loki slipped into sleep using cogitation. His vision shifted and soon his eyes took on an eagle's view of Nocturne Alley. The vision shifted again and moved towards the eastern part, specifically to a dilapidated house that Loki didn't recognize. The vision shifted once again and Loki found himself looking directly at the old woman who was arranging a ritual. A ritual? For whom? And why? Loki immediately studied the entire ritual. His eyes scanned each and every ingredient that was being used along with all the structures and formations they were arranged in. Sacrificial ritual. To the chained god. The vision shattered at the point when the coin box suddenly grew eyes and looked at Loki, hissing at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Loki spent some time mulling over everything he'd just seen in his vision, before leaving the Saphira Castle and walking out of the store with his slumber charm. His mind buzzed with questions. Is the ritual aimed at sacrificing the residents of Nocturne Alley? Is it related to her, currently controlling the chained god and the corresponding pathway? But why is a mystical item performing the ritual? Either way, I need to help the others stop the ritual. Loki remembered the exact route to the house that he was shown and decided to, accidentally, let Hermione discover the house. When Loki walked out of the store, Hermione walked up to him and said with a frown, "What took you so long?" "The guy inside wanted me to buy something just to use the washroom. Got caught up in that. Let's continue searching," Loki said, and Hermione nodded. Along the way, Loki chose the closest streets so that they could reach the house where the old lady was performing the ritual faster. "Why is it so quiet here?" Loki suddenly asked out of nowhere while using his powers as a swindler to affect Hermione's unprotected mind. Hermione looked around as if a placebo had acted, and then spoke with a slight chill. "Do you think there's something wrong going on here?" Loki remained silent for a minute before he spoke to Hermione again. "That house, there's a wall of spirituality around the room and they're in my spirit vision. Why don't you try it out too?" With Hermione turning on her spirit vision, she noticed the wall of spirituality too. "We should call everyone here. Myone, you go to the meeting spot and bring everyone here. I'll stay here and wait so that the person in that house doesn't leave while you're gone." Hermione nodded, feeling Loki's logic was reasonable as she spared him one last glance before rushing towards the shack they'd promised to meet up at. Once Hermione was gone, Loki moved closer to the house. He stayed a sufficient distance away from the house to not alert the possessed lady inside it. But he couldn't understand what was going on inside the house. Is someone really trying to use the sacrifice of all the people in Nocturne Alley to cause a deity's descent or something? But why would a Beander item of all things perform such a ritual? Was it someone's wish? Perhaps the wish of the old woman. What pathway was she anyway? Hanged man. Loki used his topaz pendulum to confirm, and his argument instantly fell short. She's not a Beander at all. Let's review the case once again. A merchant possessed by the coin box was selling ritualistic ingredients. He surely knew about the Beander world since he had an entire cupboard in his room dedicated to those ingredients. But when he was caught, the coin box escaped from the house after possessing the old woman who lived in the same shack. Yet, it didn't go into hiding. Instead, it started to perform a ritual. Loki frowned. This doesn't make sense. Did the merchant change his wish when he was about to die? Wait a minute. Isn't the coin box collecting souls as payment for each wish? Perhaps it gathered enough souls after killing the man for its eventual goal. But what would a mystical item want to do with souls? It's not like it can advance in Beander sequences or even gain more strength. Loki felt stumped. It was like he'd reached a wall that couldn't be jumped or even climbed across. Minutes later, everyone else in their team arrived and Loki explained his discoveries to them. The old lady inside isn't a Beander at all. At least if no one has interfered with my divinations. So our only enemy should be the coin box. And from my divinations, I can confirm that she's currently performing a ritual close to completion. What type of ritual is it? Daphne asked. A sacrificial ritual under the domain of the chained god, but I don't know what it is aimed towards, Loki responded honestly. Daphne nodded and looked at Ethan. We have to go in. Can we count on you for cover? Ethan nodded and said, I'll call Laura to back us up. He pulled out a two-way mirror and directly sent a message to Laura. Come to our location, we're in Nocturne Alley, need help stopping a ritual aimed at the chained god. Some lunatics at it again. Laura appeared in the mirror and with a small flash she spoke seriously. I'll be there. Everyone was relieved when they learnt that Laura would be arriving, but Loki was feeling uneasy in his mind. Something feels off. Harry, you'll be handling the frontal assault, while Hermione and Loki will remain outside to prevent any outsiders from entering the area, or preventing anything from the inside leaving outside. Hermione was a little unhappy, but she couldn't participate directly in the fight without revealing her true sequence. When everyone was satisfied with their roles, Daphne looked at the house and then at Ethan. Let's go. Harry walked stiffly while looking at the dark and dingy house. He was a little scared while a part of him was excited, yet he kept himself calm as he broke through the wall of spirituality to step inside. Moments after he entered, Daphne and Ethan entered the house as Harry did. Both were on alert, ready to act at any moment. The trio of people had expected there to be some response in the form of retaliation from the artifact they were fighting against, but there wasn't even a peep of acknowledgement. The atmosphere was eerie and the air felt stale. Harry gripped his wand tight as he walked over the driveway, moving towards the door. Daphne primed her wand too, but Ethan pulled out the gun and held it down sights. They made practically no sound as they crossed the driveway, opting not to speak to each other as they stopped beside the door. Harry looked at Daphne and she nodded. So Harry tapped his wand on the lock and whispered the spell, Alohomora. There was a soft click followed by even deeper silence as the door swung open with its natural tension since there was no longer a lock holding it in place. Harry pushed the door further and with his wand pointed ahead, he stepped into the corridor. The hallway they were in was rather dark and none of them could see very clearly, but they didn't light their wands. They walked the corridor's length with light steps, keeping their eyes trained for any sudden movements. They reached the end of the corridor and gathered together to step out into the living room at once. In the blink of an eye, Harry and Daphne stepped out of the corner with their wands pointing in opposite directions. Ethan stepped up behind them and pointed the gun directly at the center of the room. But what they saw inside the room was a little shocking. The old woman that Loki had sketched was on the floor, her head separated from her body with her own hands. The trio became tense as they stood their place to clear out the room of any dangers around them before Ethan holstered the weapon and walked into the room because they couldn't see the coin box anywhere in sight. Daphne and Harry stayed back as Harry asked a question, should I go call Loki and Hermione? Ethan knelt closer to the old woman and looked at her body, but unfortunately for him, as soon as he was close enough to be grabbed, the old lady's head split open in a shriek. Luckily for Ethan, however, Daphne used her ability to manipulate luck to direct the calamity of the screech towards herself. Simultaneously she pointed her wand at the corpse's head and shouted, Silencio. In an instant the lady's head had its mouth sealed shut. Ethan used this time to step back and pull out his gun along with his wand. He lit his wand with the Lumos charm to make a ball of light that detached from his wand and floated to the ceiling, spraying light all around the room, giving them much more to work with than moonlight. The room was filled with shadows from the variety of things inside the area, a few long lamps, curtains, wooden tables and chairs, all things one would find inside a simple house in this area. The long lines of darkness swayed as the light bobbed into its position before Ethan's eyes narrowed sharply. With a sharp swish, a series of knives dislodged from the cutlery rack as they flew at a blazing speed towards Ethan. But before those knives could reach him, a translucent shield appeared around him to shield him with but a flick of his wand, holding them in place. Daphne kept her wand pointed at the old woman's head while Harry used the light Ethan had created to search for the evil coin box. Seeing Daphne struggling to keep the old woman's mouth shut, Harry resorted to barbaric tactics instead. He closed his eyes and after a moment opened them. A sudden halo of crimson light began to spread outwards from Harry. Everything in the room was drowned in this light, including Ethan's Lumos charm. And within a few seconds, they found their target. The fallen body of the old woman stood up and rushed to a corner of the room, avoiding coming in touch with the halo of twilight light that had erupted from Harry. Its hands reached out for an old box that had been hiding under it as it rushed away. Racing against the expanding halo of light Harry had created as the body dived to shield the box away from itself. Ethan waited for no man or even the right time. As soon as he spotted the coin box, his gun was already trained on it as he pulled the trigger, creating a loud bang. Along with the bang, every non-living thing in the room suddenly woke up as if it were alive. They piled up on the old woman, with simple cushions in the beginning to the entire sofa by the end. The bullet penetrated through the couch, and through several layers before it became lost in the pile. No one could see if the coin box was dead, or if the bullet had missed its mark. Everyone took a breath of silence while holding their positions. They remained worried if the coin box was truly gone or if it was preparing another trap. B B ba a a n n n n n n g g g g g g g g. A resounding sound echoed in the house as all the non-living items that had gathered around the box exploded outwards. Harry used an armor made of silver light to protect himself and Daphne. Daphne amplified her good luck while standing behind Harry. Ethan ducked under a different table that was still on the ground while summoning the gate of the underworld in front of himself. Ethan was somehow fully protected, but Harry and Daphne were thrown off their feet head first into the thick wall supporting the weight of the roof when a couch flew into them. Daphne fought hard to keep herself conscious because she felt Harry's head kick the breath out of her lungs as he was pushed backwards into her sternum while the wall behind her pinched her muscles. Everyone felt their ears ring like a bell as the loud explosion caught them off guard. But they slowly recovered as the explosion died down. Ethan was the first one to open his eyes and look for the coin box. He half expected it to use the explosion just now to escape, but when he laid his eyes on Daphne and Harry he froze. Daphne looked at Harry in front of her and froze as well. Meanwhile, the two Harrys looked at each other and froze. The Harrys looked identical in every way. They had the same clothes, the same light armor, the same scratches and bruises, the same glasses and the same messy hair. Everything about them was identical. "He's the fake," the two Harrys shouted simultaneously while pointing at each other in the exact same way. Ethan pulled up his gun on one of them, while Daphne pulled up her wand on the other. Daphne was the first to ask a question: "Which professor did we meet before leaving the castle?" "Professor McGonagall." Both answered simultaneously, causing them to look at each other before they shouted once again, "You can't believe him. I'm the real one." Quote. Daphne's eyes narrowed as she saw this. Even Ethan hadn't thought that the situation would devolve to something like this. Daphne licked her lips as she thought of a solution to this situation. However, no one noticed the headless body that was crawling using the debris in the room as a cover to get behind Daphne. No one except. Look out. Bang. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.